It's the Big O Show.
You know, I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there on a beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little, we got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden, there she is. There she is, the one and only. She is mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet mated. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, you name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? They can cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well there. Hope you're feeling good. Alarmo's feeling good. I hope you're feeling good out there. We got Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan coming your way. I see Billy Shaw, Alexis Palenzuela, Jamie Zarria, and Steve Chapman already on the chat board there. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Let's go. Let's get us to 20,000 subscribers. Appreciate all of you out there, as always, giving us some amazing support. And, of course, the great Sean Stanley, who masters this entire platform every single day. We've got Ira and Kurt coming up here at the top of the hour. The Heat are back in action tonight. So what do we do tonight? The Heat are favored by 4 against the Grizzlies. And I know that there's no Ja, because Ja is obviously away from basketball and hopefully getting the help that he really needs so he doesn't ruin what could be a magical and Hall of Fame-like career. Hopefully he screws his head on right and gets going in the right direction. I saw Marcus Spears on the podcast with Windhorst and the guys that they do, which they do a really good job talking about, all the basketball issues and Spears, before it even happening, he was like, things that I'm hearing, I just hope he gets the help. And then, Ja obviously goes and gets the help. And so it's let's hope he's able to, deal with that and overcome it. Really, let's hope, because that's, everybody fights things, right? You know what I mean? I fight my fatness all the time, trying to lose weight or trying to be disciplined and eat right and all that, and I always lose that battle. Anyway, so we all have our demons. Cody Zeller has a nasal fracture, so he's out for tonight. And Kyle Lowsey has knee soreness, so he's questionable. So we'll see if he ends up playing tonight. Jimmy Butler, I'm sure, will have to, as you all know, will have to play like he normally plays. Just balls out and leave everything out there on the court. And we'll see if everybody else kind of does their job. Really, that's what it's all about. Does everybody else do their job? You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. We'll see what happens. Heat -4. I'm leaning to taking the Grizzlies on this one. -4 is a lot of points for the Heat. Okay? Just is. Hey, the Marlins won last night. Do we celebrate or what? I mean, they got their 4th win of the spring. They're 4-11. God bless, man. I mean, it's, I guess we get right as Avisail Garcia, and they only won because the other team didn't score. Castano and the boys kept them at bay. So if the team can maintain their opponents scoreless, the Marlins could win a bunch of games this year. Okay, but it's up to the pitching staff to maintain the opponent scoreless. That's going to be important. If they allow a couple of runs, we're screwed already. Our boys are going to lose a lot. The Dolphins made their moves yesterday again, and the gang is all back, baby. Raheem Mostert's back, Jeff Wilson's back, and Salvan Ahmed is back. And Mostert ends up getting a 2-year deal. Chris Greer's the 2-year deal special, $7.6 million, $2.2 million guaranteed. Jeff Wilson, 2-year special, $8.2 million in that contract. So you got your 1, 2, and 3 punch. Because something tells me Ahmed will be a slightly bigger piece of the puzzle this year. Because when you bring him back like this, you bring him back with conviction that you like what you saw from him. And remember, they brought Ahmed back first. So that was almost an insurance policy that if we don't bring back Mostert and Wilson, we have another guy that knows our system. Just in case we have to go get a third guy that isn't Wilson or Mostert, that guy may have to learn the system, may have to adjust. And we saw what we went through with Chase. So let's not go through that. Let's bring Ahmed back right away, and that'll be our insurance policy. So Ahmed comes back right away, and then you sign Mostert and Wilson. So now you've got the gang back. I would imagine that Ahmed is going to get a few more carries than he did last year. And guess what? He should. He should. Why? He's super productive. Why not? You know what I mean? So you should do something like that. Makes a lot of sense. So we'll see. But you got the whole gang back. And listen, I love this 1-2 punch of Mostert and Wilson. You see a little bit more Ahmed, but I told you this. The real problem is two other things. One, fix the offensive line. Okay. You've done a great job already. Now you got to finish it. Okay. You've got three pieces. You've got to tweak the other two, which is the right tackle and the left guard. Okay. You do that, and then all of a sudden, all those guys in the back are going to look even better, and your quarterback's going to look better. And then the other part falls on the head coach, because he's got to, when you're actually having success running the football, you got to stay with it too. So it's also part of, Mike McDaniel's issues too. One, you want to tweak the line. You want to make sure you fix that left guard and that right tackle. I don't know if they're going to go get a right tackle, bring back Brandon Shell. I would imagine that's part of the conversation. But the other thing, as we talked about, is the tight end part. Those are the things you want to work on. It's really not about Mostert, Wilson. They were just fine. Those guys were averaging over 4.5 yards a carry. So they weren't the issue. At no point were they the issue. The real issue is fixing the last two spots that you need on the line. Mike McDaniel having more conviction when you are having success. That's a key. So hopefully those pieces come together, and then I think that really makes, a real difference when it's all said and done. All right, so we've got the boys coming up from 9 to 10. Matt Verderam's going to join us at 11 o'clock, so we'll have a little fun with Matt, and we'll go around the league. There's a lot of things to talk about, obviously, in the NFL, a lot of changes. Panthers are off till tomorrow. This break has been brutal with the Panthers, man. We already talked about the Heat in action tonight, so we'll got a bunch of other things that I want to get to. Let's see if we start to bring up the boys here. I know we have Ira already. Let's bring up Ira as he's ready to go and talk. And when we get Kurt in, we'll bring him in. Ira, good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm sort of like the Heat. I'm up and down. For the moment, I'm up, but wait till the Grizzlies game tonight, and then we'll see after that. I mean, it's been a roller coaster, but it's really coming into focus that this team looks like it's going to be in the play-in tournament, that they're not going to be a top 6 seed, even with the Nets losing last night to Oklahoma City. 12 games is not a lot of room to gain 3 or 4 games in the standings. So I think you sort of got to start accepting the reality, Big O.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Before I get to the Heat, the good thing is that John Moran is getting help, and that he was willing to get help. This is one of the young superstars in the league. I wish he was playing tonight. It would mean bad news for the Heat for sure. But obviously, I'd like a John Morant that is well and playing. But I commend him a lot, because it takes a lot of courage to actually face your demons. You know what I mean? And this is a guy that's got such a special career in front of him that, man, we've seen the stories that go awry and the people that ruin their abilities and their talents. I'm glad he's addressing them.
Yes, but let's be honest here. Let's be real like we are on the Big O Show and our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint coming up at 9. Oh, if he wasn't a superstar level talent, and Adam Silver saw the scene in the club in Colorado and the gun and the story that came out after of making it rain with what most of us would call an annual paycheck. Let's be honest. If it was a tier 2 player, if it was a guy in a 10-day contract, if it was a Myers Leonard level player, we saw what happened to him. Honestly, Big O, you've seen this in sports, across the range, the prism of sports. Do you honestly think if it wasn't a superstar level talent, it would be handled this way, or it'd be handled as suspension, go away, you're on your own?
No. Obviously, if you're a lesser talent, they're going to tell you to go home, and they're not even going to bother with you. But when you're a franchise-changing player, you are going to take the time, and even if you're an advertiser, you're going to be a little patient and give them a break, because obviously in today's world, that's also the PC thing to do. Also, is show a little compassion in all of this. So yeah, everybody's treated differently, as Jimmy Johnson would say. Nobody's treated the same, and superstars and role players are treated completely different. And by the way, that's the corporate world too.
Sure.
Okay. Somebody's producing money for it. Well, although in radio, when they're producing money for you, they sometimes also make stupid decisions. But normally people that produce you normally, you're a little bit more patient with it. Yes.
Yeah. So just to bring Kurt into this also, Kurt, my thought was as nice as this to see what's happening with John Morant, he's getting a second chance, he's being sent to counseling. Kurt, you've written a ton of stories about guys who've gone wrong. If this was a B-level talent, if this was a reserve, if this was a guy who was not playing, if this was a G leaguer, I think you'd agree Adam Silver might have handled this a little bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think Orlando was just making that point, right? In all aspects of life, man, if you're selling cars and you're the best guy selling cars on the lot, you get a lot more leeway when stuff goes sideways. And that's absolutely true in the NBA with its stars in these kind of cases. John Morant's going to get the kid gloves treatment until they can't anymore.
All right, fellas, what do you got coming up for the next hour?
We're going to deal with the play-in reality of the Miami Heat. I'm actually going to give Kurt the scenarios of all the teams the Heat might play in the East, sort of toughest out, most difficult out, see where that sets up. And then we're going to try to get some brutal West Coast honesty from Kurt Heelan. If the Heat do finish number 7, do they have a chance against the Boston Celtics? How that sets up. And want to get into a bunch of thoughts on Kyle Lowry. I know Big O has another name for him, where that stands, how he might have to be the savior. And we're going to delve a little bit into this. Big O has mentioned it before with us. A Jimmy Butler trade, as crazy as that sounded, even a few months ago, could that be something the Heat have to consider? So we got a lot coming up on redrecover.com inside the paint.
I say a lot of stuff that sounds crazy early on, and then all of a sudden it becomes incredibly sane. The Red Recover Inside the Paint Hour is next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light. Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back to another weekly RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area. For the next hour, we'll talk Miami Heat, NBA, take you around the league, take you inside the Heat to see what's going on. But we've almost reached the point now. We really only have like 2 or 3 weeks left of this, of setting up the Heat and sort of where they are and where they're going to fall in the play-in race. Kurt, you see the standings. You see the Heat have 12 games left. They still have 3 back-to-backs left. Can you see any escape hatch, whether it's Brooklyn, whether it's New York, for the Miami Heat to sort of capsule their way out of the number 7 seed? Or do you think you got to sort of align yourself to the reality of welcome to the play-in?
Yeah, outside of there's never say never in the, is it possible? Sure. But I think you've kind of got to mentally accept it's 3 games as of this morning. Correct, if I'm remembering it correct.
Yeah.
If it's 3 games, you need help at this point, right? It's not just
absolutely.
You need Brooklyn, and I don't think it's going to be the Knicks. You would need Brooklyn to ultimately collapse, and then you'd have to do things like, I don't know, win your games in Orlando. Like a couple of things would have to come together. And I don't. Is it just me, Ira? It hasn't happened for 70 games. Is it going to suddenly happen in the last, dozen?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's 3.5 for the Knicks. You could make an argument there. The Heat play the Knicks head-to-head twice. So you win both of those. You gain the tiebreaker, maybe a puncher's chance. But we've seen the Knicks. This Knicks West Coast trip is supposed to be the road to ruin. And it started a little bit shaky for New York. And then they regained their footing. And even last night, I was looking at the early score in Portland. They were down like 24-3. They came away. Julius Randle started 1 of 7. They're finding a way, even without Jalen Brunson. Yeah. So they're going to be better than they are. The Nets, the Heat trail by 2.5 games, but the Nets already have the tiebreaker. They're up 2-0 in the season series, aided by a Durant-Irving victory early in the season of Miami. So they have that tiebreaker. The Heat do have a game left. You could talk about that. Certainly, Eric Spoelstra is going to push them. To me, it's a world of difference for this reason. I know the Celtics are a little bit shaky, so maybe you could make an argument. Milwaukee is great. They became the first team in the NBA last night to clinch a playoff berth with their victory. So we know where Giannis and the Bucks stand. I think it's clear now they're going to be number 1 in the East. Yeah. I ask you this question every week, and I ask it to you sort of as an outsider, so I don't have to get that involved in it. But Heat first round series, they go to the play-in, they win their first play-in game, they wind up at number 7. It's getting a little closer than people thought right now. Boston, bad loss against Houston. Philly still has a tough closing schedule. Miami Heat against Boston Celtics, from what you see and what you know, how would you think a 2-7 would set up in that scenario?
Yeah, I can guarantee you it's not what Boston wants to see because, look, as we have discussed, playoff Jimmy is a real thing, right?
Yes.
Like, playoff Jimmy is a problem. Bam is a matchup nightmare. And I think at the end of the day, the Celtics are too deep. I mean, you can push them. I just think that they're too deep and too talented, and they've got 2 elite wings that are hard to stop in the Jays. I mean, it's a long shot to beat them. I think the Celtics, they don't want to face you, then face the 76ers, then get the Bucks. Like, that's a brutal road through the East. But I don't know how. I just don't know that you have the depth to beat them because you haven't shown it. We haven't seen it consistently from Kyle Lowry and everybody. Max is hitting shots lately, but there's just a lot of things would have to click right to be in that series.
Yeah, I do think the history matters. The Heat beating the Celtics in the bubble, Bam's block on Tatum at the end of that game that set the tone for the series. Last season, the 7-game series, we didn't know until Jimmy Butler missed that 3. So I do think if Boston winds up with the Heat, I think you're going to see it in the Boston Globe and on the Boston Herald, the sort of, oh no, we get the Heat. I think that's the last team Boston wants to face in the first round. I think history matters. We saw it with Heat Knicks. We've seen it with these teams that play over and over every year, so that matters. Philadelphia, it's weird. Philadelphia, when they're at their best, look great. But we know Harden's playoff history. We know Embiid's injury history. We know the fact that the Joel Embiid Philadelphia 76ers have never made it to the conference finals. Remember, the Kawhi shot, corner, bounce, 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 Toronto in. The Raptors go on, win the championship. That easily could have been a Sixers championship year that would have changed everything in how it played out with Philadelphia in years to come versus how they break up that team. So I think there is a 2-7 path for hope for the Miami Heat. But, of course, that means winning the first play-in game. Just to refresh people, the play-in works this way. The number 7, which is the Heat right now, plays the number 8, which is the Hawks right now. Winner of that game gets the 7th seed. They're done with the play-in, on to the playoffs, best of 7. The loser of the 7-8 game plays the winner of the 9-10, which now is Toronto-Chicago. They'll host that team to get the number 8 seed. It's still in motion and in flux. What the Heat can't do is play around too much to determine, 1, who they want to play in the first round and who they would want to play in the play-in. It's going to happen organically. Toronto is sneaky moving up a little bit. They had a big win last night against Denver. Denver, oddly, is on the league's longest losing streak right now. If you're the Miami Heat, I'm talking about the top, Kurt Heelan, because we've tried to be optimistic on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show for weeks as the Heat have teetered. So you're Eric Spoelstra. You have no choice here, although you do have a game against Toronto remaining. And you can sort of pick who you'd rather play. You can't pick. You could hope who you'd rather play. Miami Heat, 1 game to make the playoffs, hosting the team, 7 versus 8. Who would you rather play, Atlanta Hawks or Toronto Raptors?
See, that's a tough one because And I've been higher on Toronto all season, but they've just looked better since they got Jakob Poeltl in the middle. They actually put some defense in the paint, and that's just kind of balanced out that switchable all everything roster. They look better lately, and I'd still, Ira, rather play them because Trae Young can be a problem on any one game, on any one given night, much like we're going to see with the NCAA tournament this week. You just need one guy hot. If Trae Young comes out on one of those nights where he's 15 of 18 and hitting 40-footers and looks like Damian Lillard, you're in trouble. And he's more likely, I think, to do that than the Raptors. But I'd be curious what you think. Like, who would the Heat rather face?
Well, I got to tell you, the one thing about the Hawks, I noticed the box score the other day, but Atlanta lost, and Trae Young had his 41. So in other words, the way the Hawks are playing defenseless right now, Trae could go off, and it doesn't matter. I would much rather play Atlanta. I think Atlanta is the kind of team that can say to themselves, look, this was a transition year. We got DeJounte Murray. We got a new coach with 6 weeks left to go in the season. Yeah. This was all geared toward getting ready for next season with Quinn Snyder. He'll bring in his people. He'll bring in his style. He'll have his first training camp. Wash our hands of the season. Blame everything on Travis Schlenk from the front office. Blame everything on Nate McMillan. Fresh start. Toronto plays, I'm sorry about the cliche right here, Jim Mora, but Toronto plays to win the game. I'm sorry, Herm Edwards. They play to win the game. And the thing about Nick Nurse, he can win one game. He can get his team with his gimmick defenses and his zone and his 5 interchangeable guys. There are so many guys on the Raptors roster who are, 1, playoff battle tested, and 2, can have a moment. Fred VanVleet can have a moment. Pascal Siakam can have a moment. OG Anunoby can have a moment. There are so many guys there. Matter of fact, I'm not sure about, and again, please, if you're listening, chime in on our chat board here, on our YouTube chat board. I almost don't remember any Heat Raptors game that didn't go to overtime. I mean, they've almost been all blood battles. So when I saw Toronto score last night, and I saw that they beat Denver, and I saw that they have the upcoming game against the Heat at the start of a back-to-back in 2 weeks, I think Toronto could be there at 7-8, and that's a bitch. That's a lot tougher. One thing I've gotten, chat board here, but mostly in my Ask Ira column also, is this. Would the Heat, who have had a degree of success against Milwaukee, albeit without Giannis Antetokounmpo, be better off falling to number 8 and going to that series? And the one thing I'll say, Kurt, and you can chime in on this, you've been familiar with the play-in with the Lakers and teams in the Western Conference also. You don't play around in the play-in. You get your damn victory and you get your time. Let's face it. Right now, the play-in schedule is this. The 7-8 games are Tuesday. The 9-10 games are Wednesday. The last chance game is Friday. You would so much rather, by the end of Tuesday night, know who you're playing, have Wednesday, Thursday, at least Friday to plan for your first round, then get in a scenario where you're playing in the 9-10 game, and all of a sudden, on Friday night and on Sunday afternoon, you're in Milwaukee. All of a sudden, you could be going from a 8 o'clock game on a Friday to a 1 p.m. game on a Sunday with virtually no practice time. And I know, but you played and you're warm and you're ready to go. The other teams have been sitting there for 7 days. That's not how playoff preparation works. Playoff preparation is everyone gets their iPad. They get the complete breakdown and scout on every player. You're trying to formulate your rotation to work for the other team. You want to get in the play-in, and you want to get the hell out of the play-in. So we're talking about Heat Toronto possible first round, Heat Atlanta possible first round. In that 9-10 tier, Kurt Helin, what you've seen from right now, which I guess would be Toronto and Chicago. So let's go to Chicago and Washington as the team fighting for the last one. To either of those teams in a one-game scenario sort of create pause for you if the Heat does get in the 9-10 game?
Not Washington, even though they've got Bradley Beal. That is just a messed up team. I mean, I kind of dig the cherry uniforms, the cherry blossom pink uniforms. Yeah. But I don't. They don't scare me. The Bulls are the team that actually scare me a little bit, just because they should be better than this. And I feel like for one game, this is the game where they just take too many mid-rangers, but they've got Zach LaVine. But maybe those fall. Maybe this is the game where all that crap goes in, and they've actually played. That's the other thing. Bulls have played good defense this year, Ira. They're like a top 10 defensive team. I'd rather not face a top 10 defensive team with some guys who can score. That just the risk factor in one game is too big a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for me, Kurt, for this reason. If the Heat go into the 7-8 game and take care of business, fine. Got the number 7 seed, might have been projected for number 6 in the season, but we're in the playoffs. We can talk on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, maybe Saturday, about setting up the playoffs, and you create a good feeling. I think if the Heat drop into the loser of 7-8 versus winner of 9-10 game, I think there's going to be sort of a, what are we doing here? We can't even win a stinking play-on game. We're playing the desperation game. This isn't the Miami Heat. This isn't the toughest, meanest, all the BS that the Heat throw out with Heat culture and all that. I think if the Heat have to play a 9-10 game or a loser of 7-8 against winner of 9-10 game, I think the season winds up being looked at as a failure no matter what happens. And then you're also facing the prospect of this. The last time the Heat played the Bucks in the playoffs, remember, 2021, they not only were swept out of the playoffs in the first round, they were humiliated out of the playoffs in the first round. And all of a sudden, you're bringing back all that bad juju and all the bad thought of what went wrong there, and you're really starting to wonder. So I think 7-8 really is a must-win game for the Heat, since they're going to wind up in that scenario anyway. Want to create some hope, because we got to do that also here every week on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. So, Kurt Heelan, I want you to create hope for Miami Heat fan of not being in the play-in by doing this. What has to go wrong for the New York Knicks to collapse over these final 12 games of the season?
Jalen Brunson has to stay out. They're just not the same team without that glue guy, without him organizing the offense. And Quickly has played better for them of late. You need a colder version of Julius Randle, who is an all-star and capable of kind of carrying them to some wins. But I think that's it. You need them to fall back to you pretty hard by just not being healthy. I think that's a team that's playing kind of well, frankly, when they're right now, but their margin for error is that big. They don't have the depth. They don't have, Tom Thibodeau's already running playoff rotations, Ira. Like, he's just not going deep in the bench. So the scenario that they fall back to you is they're just not healthy, and they come back to you, and then you, like you said, you've got 2 against them. You got to win both. Like, those become must wins because you've got to get the tiebreak, right?
The second one against the Knicks is the second night of a back-to-back after Toronto. So you're talking about not only flying out of Toronto to New York, but doing the old clear customs, having to come in. You never know with immigration how that works out. Second night of a back-to-back, not the best scenario for this older Heat team with Lowry, with Oladipo, with Zeller if he's back, with what they have with, obviously Kyle Lowry. So they have that going on. I also think what's happened to the Knicks on this West Coast trip makes them a far more dangerous team for this reason. By Brunson being out, we're seeing more Emmanuel Quickly. He's good. Yeah. He's really good. He bolsters a bench that we didn't know what they necessarily had, but you look at those box scores, he is a starting quality, starting level NBA guard. So I think what's happened for the Knicks is, I think Thibodeau, as much as he likes the tight rotation, you put Jalen Brunson back in there, you have Emmanuel Quickly, you wind up in pretty good shape there also. I think the Knicks are actually stronger for Brunson missing some time because of what they've been able to develop. Your thoughts on Quickly?
Oh, yeah. No, he's a guy they're pushing. Now it's New York, so they're always pushing.
Most improved?
But or sixth man.
Okay.
Yeah, as he's played, that's because that's the award nobody's run away with this year. There isn't a Tyler Hero. There isn't somebody who are like, that's the guy.
Right.
And because of that, because it's kind of wide open, there's been a push, and I think Quickly will get votes and a look. But you're right. He is really developed too, right? Because he's very Thibodeau. He's a very good defender. He doesn't just play on one end of the floor, but he wasn't really a floor general, and he kind of is now.
Yes.
He kind of is. He's really good at running the offense and running the floor, which is it's a big step forward in his game that wasn't there a couple of years ago.
And then you look at the Nets, and the Nets were a very sort of odd team. They were 39-30, which is a highly respectable record, but it was built off something that doesn't exist anymore. In other words, the pillars, the foundation isn't there. They're about a 500 team right now with what they have, which is good enough because of what KD and Kyrie set up for them going in ahead of time. They have looked great in some games that you didn't think they had any chance, and they've looked awful. They were pretty terrible last night in Oklahoma City. Do you see a scenario where they could, over their last 12, wind up going 3-9 or something like that?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely possible because they don't have the one guy who can take charge necessarily on any given night. Miles Bridges has been kind of stepped up into that role for them.
Wait, more of an offensive player than we ever
thought. Mikal Bridges, do not want to mix them up. Mikal Bridges has stepped forward for them and been fantastic. And stepped into that role. Dinwiddie is capable of having those nights, but they don't have KD, right? They don't have the guy.
They don't have the one guy end of game, get us 2 points, get us 3 points.
Yeah.
See, I think the Nets stay afloat for the very reason you think they don't. Because they have a wide breadth of talent from Mikal, not Miles Bridges, from Spencer Dinwiddie, from Dorian Finney-Smith, from Cameron Johnson, from Joe Harris, from Seth Curry, that they have enough guys that if it's not one main guy, there's still enough guys that will keep them competitive through games, which is why I don't think the Heat wind up there, which is exactly why I wanted to leave it at the end of this first segment for this reason. Jimmy Butler arguably has not played better as a member of the Miami Heat during the regular season than he is playing right now. I wrote about that at sunsentinel.com. I don't think that's really arguable. But if the best of Jimmy Butler is only resulting in the current results we've seen, Jimmy's stats are off the board since the All-Star break. But Kurt Hill and the Heat are 5-6 since the All-Star break. Might the Miami Heat have to think about trading Jimmy Butler? We'll leave you with that tease on redrecover.com inside the paint, back where Kurt tells you where Jimmy's going to be traded after this break. Good luck,
Orlando.
We'll be back. Sean Stanley. After this break on redrecover.com inside the paint. For anyone in the control room. Oh, Sean? Anywhere? Anyone on the chat board want to chat while I'm waiting?
Yeah.
All righty. Well, until Sean lets me know that he's back and we're going to break on redrecover.com inside the paint, I guess I'll tease on a little and we'll sort of move into this segment and take it from there. One of our shortest breaks ever. Kurt did not have a chance to go online and apologize for the Miles Bridges, Mikal Bridges difference, which I've done also. But you talk about two completely different scenarios. That's a completely different case right there. So, Sean, if you're there and you want to send us to break, just give me a heads up. Shoot me a text. Let me know everything is fine back in the studio. Kurt Hill, Jimmy Butler, and how he's playing right now. I know you're going to have a ballot soon, or it's going to go around the NBA ballots are going to come out. Jimmy Butler's playing at an all-NBA level right now and arguably having an all-NBA season. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. He is absolutely – I have not done a deep dive, but he's absolutely in the mix for all-star forward, right? Like he is – if he's not a lock, he's very close to a lock, I think, in that position. He's just been too good this year.
And I do, and here's the other part of it also is the 15 missed games. The way the NBA is this year. Matter of fact, Kurt, we've seen this come out. Shams Charania has reported this in The Athletic. Woj has mentioned it also. A limitation for league awards on time missed. That's in the future. We don't know that right now. Would you or do you think the electorate will hold 15 games missed against Jimmy Butler when it comes to all NBA teams?
No, I don't think that that's enough in today's NBA. And frankly, especially this year's NBA, where a bunch of quality, I mean, what do you do with LeBron James? What do you do with a guy you're familiar with out there? Like, what do you do with a bunch of these guys who have been all NBA level but have missed a much bigger chunk of time? 15 games isn't enough. You get north of 20 missed games and you get into, if you're less than 60, I feel like it starts to really question it. But for all NBA, I'm one of those guys who's way more forgiving on missed games for all NBA than I am for something like MVP or Defensive Player of the Year, where your value to the team is impacted by that. I always look at all NBA as kind of a overview, best players, as much as, I mean, this season obviously factors into it, but to me, I want a snapshot of the 15 best players in the game, and it's those players who stepped up this year. So to me, Jimmy's unquestionably been one of those guys.
And here's the deal about this whole proposal of you have to play X amount of games in order to win awards. And I'm going to give you something close to home there, Kurt, out in LA, the Los Angeles Clippers this year. The record's not where they thought it would be. The seed probably won't be where they think it'll be. They have been very protective of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George this season regardless, getting them to the playoffs. Kurt Heelan, what happens if the Clippers have a great playoff run, make the conference finals, maybe make the NBA finals, because they held Kawhi out, because they held Kawhi out, because they held Paul George out? Do you all of a sudden say to yourself, well, the teams are doing the right thing. Why penalize players for sitting out games when it led to a better result?
And that was, by the way, the argument last Friday. This is where they discussed this. And it's Shams and others have reported. This is what Chris Paul and other union reps were saying. CJ McCollum, the president of the players union, both went forward and said, it's not the player's call a lot of the time. And it depends on the organization and it depends on the player. In the Clippers case, Kawhi makes more of these decisions himself, but that's also a very stats-driven organization, as you might expect, from ownership on down. Yes, they are driven by numbers. They force those guys to rest a lot. And I think that there is something to be said for pushing how far you want to push that, but it's hey, if I only play, I don't know, it's 58 games for to be qualified for like leading scorer. So let's say they use that number.
Right.
If it's 57, but the team held me out of 10.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, and that's the one that's going to get messy.
And I do want to get back to that later, but now we've actually, after the longest first segment ever on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, and I want to keep the tease going with possible Jimmy Butler reason to or not, or what they might get in a trade. We will this time get to that after the break. We take our first break here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on redrecover.com Inside the Paint after our longest first segment ever and our shortest first break ever. So, hopefully Curtis caught his breath right now. Again, if you want to hit us up on the chat board, feel free. Matthew's already chimed in. He tried to wake up Sean, and he also asked Ira, who's your favorite Heat player of all time? It's interesting. A lot of franchises you would stop and you would pause. If someone said your favorite Laker, you might think of Kareem. You might think of Magic. You might go down the line to some of the older Lakers, Jerry West and Elgin Baylor. I think with the Heat, it has to be Dwayne Wade. I think, it's interesting. I think if you were to sort of vote for icons, and I see Matthew chimed in and said he thought it was Zoe right now, but I think for longevity, for championship results, for record book, for Hall of Fame, no, Matt, we're not going with Glenn Rice. Stop it. I think it's relatively easy. Kurt, I want to put it to you the other way since you're LA-based out there right now. Your favorite Laker and Clipper of all time?
Look, my favorite Laker as a player, and it's kind of interesting, is Magic. He's the guy who made me fall in love with basketball. white kid on the playground trying to throw behind the back passes that went, askew, let's say. Like, I didn't quite pull it off as well,
Sure.
but everybody wanted to run, everybody wanted to feel part of that showtime. So like, he's the guy who made me fall in love with basketball. So he is my all-time favorite Laker. Although as a writer, it's the guy that just retired. Pau Gasol is just one of the best guys you've ever cover. He is just a tremendous human being.
And Clippers. And that's a little bit different because the history is not there.
Yeah. I have to think about that one for a second. Danny Manning. It goes back a few years.
There's not a lot to choose from when it comes to championship success. The one thing people forget is the history of the Clippers, that they were in San Diego and then in Buffalo. So you could make an argument that the greatest Clipper of all time was never a Clipper, and that's Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, actually, that's a good one.
Some people might point to Ernie DiGregorio, and the Buffalo days. They've had so much history there. That
Blake, the other guy I'm going to throw in now that I thought about for half a second is Blake Griffin. And it's not just that he was such a great player when he came in the league,
Lob City,
but the fact that he came in this elite player, and with this, he's a highly motivated. If anybody knows Blake puts in the work, man. He's one of those driven guys who works out hard. And he was the guy who forced the organization, in the words of a friend of mine, to put on their big boy pants.
Right.
They were such a screwed up organization. They're like, hey, maybe we should get Baron Davis out of here. Maybe we should stop just screwing around and bring in people who are serious. He forced the organization to take itself seriously because he was so serious about stuff and driven that now they ended up screwing him. Well, I guess not screwing him over. He got paid. But I guess he'd be the guy who comes to mind just because of how he changed the organization.
Yeah, no, and I think because of Lob City also. I think because he was part of that with Chris Paul and DeAndre Jordan. They were, even when they weren't fully winning then, they were fully fun then. So I think that matters. So we were talking about Jimmy Butler and possible trades or not. Jesse chimes in on our chat board here. I feel like LeBron's superhuman ability to have top-notch longevity has skewed organizations into a dangerous path. Jimmy is 33. There's no guarantee he ages like fine wine. This team isn't close, so let him go. Matthew chimes in. He agrees the Heat should trade Jimmy and rebuild. Folks, be careful about what you wish for. Because as bleak as it might seem right now that the Heat are a number 7 seed, that's still in the top half of the Eastern Conference. The Heat went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, within one shot of the NBA Finals. The Heat in 2020, just 3 years ago, were in the NBA Finals. Injuries to Goran Dragic and Bam Adebayo from being able to fully compete for that championship. There's always this thought of rebuild, not necessarily tanking, but go in a different direction. And I get all of that also. But when you step back, you could step way back because Kurt Heelan, again, all I do here on our redrecovery.com Inside the Paint show is sort of throw you under the bus and put you on the spot. If I were to tell you, let's not look at replacement players right now because there might be young players and picks. So let's move Jimmy off the roster. If I told you the Miami Heat are a team who are building their future solely based around Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, what's the upside for that team? Where would that team take Jimmy off this year's Heat and just go with what you have? Where would a Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero team fit in the Eastern Conference hierarchy?
Now you're down battling for that 9-10 seed. I think. I think that's as far. I don't think they fall a lot because Bam's very good and Tyler is. My first thought when you said that is, all right, so who's your other shot creator? Like, who are you going to go get that just can go create for yourself and others? Because Tyler can do that a little. It's not Bam's role. He's become a much better finisher and he's got the floater now and all that. But that's not what he does. You need to go get what Jimmy brings when he's playing like he is this season, especially playoff Jimmy, is the elite level bucket getter / creator that you have to double team. Who else on this team? I mean, who on this team would you double if Jimmy's not there?
Yeah, that's a perfect point. Tyler Hero is getting a lot of doubles and a lot of traps because they're trying to test his dribble and get him in unusual situations. But I agree. If you have a team built on Bam and Tyler Hero and then get picks and young players and try to build around that, are you necessarily better than a Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam team, for example? Those two. Are Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, that combination, necessarily better than Kristaps Porzingis and Bradley Beal? better than Zach Levine and, for argument's sake, DeMar DeRozan. So when you go down the hierarchy in the conference right now, if you're looking at that level without a bucket getter, without a playoff level player, you're going to take a drop. You're going to be at the bottom of the lot of the play-in or in the lottery for a little while as you build back up. But there's also part two. Actually, there's several parts of this equation. Jimmy Butler at the end in Chicago, him and Dwayne Wade tag team against Fred Hoiberg. It was not pretty. He was traded. Jimmy Butler got into the Rachel Nichols practice with the Minnesota Timberwolves, playing with his Rolex on. It was his clear ticket out. He goes to Philadelphia. Jimmy Butler in Philadelphia obviously did not make a full amount of friends, considering how he mocked Tobias Harris when he knocked him out of last year's playoffs, saying they kept him instead of me, which there was a lot more different items in play there. So let me ask you this, Kurt Hillen. I'm naming you an NBA general manager again. Congratulations. Your pay scale has gone way up. Say goodbye to the folks at Pro Basketball Talk and NBC Sports. You're a GM right now. If you're a GM, would you want to take that on, knowing that it could affect your very job?
Yeah, there's two concerns. It's Jimmy's fitting into our culture and system, and it's Jimmy's got 146 million over the next 3 years coming. Like he is not an inexpensive ad over 3 years. And you're going to, like we've seen this year, I think, would you agree? He's a guy you're managing now the rest of his career, right? In the 30s, like you're hoping for 60 games a year.
Yeah, and even the knee management came up, and not playing back-to-backs, and he's only played one since, actually now two since the turn of the calendar. So you have that factoring in. I think that's all a factor. I do think on a team that believes it's one playoff player away, it's almost like what the Suns did with Chris Paul. Hey, Chris Paul was old when we got him, but still, he made the difference in the moment. So Terry chimes in here on our chat board at the Big O Show. You can catch us on YouTube over here. Give us your thoughts. Matthew, I see you there also. And he says, Ira, if you were GM, what direction would you go with the Heat? Kurt, the one thing I've learned, when you make a course change and you try to start over and go in a different direction, you can drop precipitously. There's no guarantee you get back up to even where you are right now. My thought is this. I would still build around Jimmy Butler. I would trade Tyler Hero if I had to and get some more win now talent. So if the Washington Wizards don't make the playoffs again, and a player who hasn't come out as strong about staying in his home team as Damian Lillard has in Bradley Beal, maybe is open to a trade. One, I think the Wizards would acquiesce to a request. He's been the good, loyal soldier, and they would do that. So again, I'll throw it to you folks here out in the chat board. I'll throw it to Kurt Heelan. I know there's other parts, there's other salaries, but I'm going to propose a trade to you right now. Wizards going through another one of their seasons, number 10, maybe don't even get to number 10. Maybe it winds up being Toronto and Chicago like it is right now in the standings. If you were the Miami Heat, Kurt Heelan, would you agree to trade Tyler Hero for Bradley Beal in his 30s? And if you were the Washington Wizards, would you agree to trade Bradley Beal if he asks for a trade for Tyler Hero?
Yeah. First off, if I'm the Wizards, that's exactly what I would want, which is a very good young player that I can put the ball in the hands of and see as part of the future. Because now I'm completely retooling around. Well, I'm sorry, who's left on that roster that's young and good? I guess Kuzma. You're getting guys more on that timeline,
or they're moving Kuzma and moving Porzingis and doing the deal.
Maybe
23 and younger. We have to start again because this didn't work out from the John Wall trade we made from Westbrook. We've done the veteran thing. We have to go younger. So yeah.
Whatever decision they make, I think Tyler can fit into, even if you're going to flip him again, like there's things you can do there. So I would jump at it from Washington's perspective. I think if you're the Heat, if you're going that route, if you're deciding you've got to rebuild around Jimmy, then that's the best player probably available. Like you said, I don't think Lillard's going anywhere, at least for a couple of years. So that becomes the guy who, unless something else comes up that, Karl Anthony Towns' his name, but I don't think that's necessarily the fit.
I'll give you another.
As good a fit.
I'll give you another. What about DeMar DeRozan? If the Bulls wind up again trading water. Yeah. Now, again, I know there's the fear that, hey, it's two guys in their 30s, they're old, they can get injured or whatever. But look, Pat, I don't mean this in the wrong way. This is not ageism. But Pat Riley is 77. It's not because of the age. It's because we know who Pat Riley is. They haven't won a title since 2013, which for most years a 10-year wait. I mean, look at the Knicks or another team, is not the be-all, end-all. But what I like about the Heat is they've always lived in the moment. So what about Tyler Hero for DeMar DeRozan?
I would jump at that again if I were the Bulls and I'm retooling to get younger. And for the I would like Bradley Beal better if I'm Miami, though, just because I think he can shoot the three. DeRozan, you know what you're getting. If you put him and Jimmy Butler out there, they're going to try to 2-point you to death. You're going to get a lot of mid-range jumpers, but good guys who are good at it and should take them. But I would rather have the versatility of Beal and the three, and I think he works a little better off ball sometimes. So I see that fit being a little better. And neither of them are great defenders. Beal's a slightly better defender, I guess. But I personally, I'd rather have Beal. But if DeRozan's available, that's a guy who does get you 30 a night. It's just I don't want to say they're empty. I don't want to say they're empty calories with DeRozan, but he was the guy Toronto moved. Like, he was the guy they were willing to move on instead of Kyle at the time. So
to win their championship,
I don't know. It's less of a.
No,
I'm a little lower on him.
You make an interesting point. If you have a DeMar DeRozan team and they make their first 20 shots, and you're playing against another 3-point shooting team and they make their first 20 shots, you're down 60-40 at the start. So I get the 2 for 3 and I get all that possibility. Matthew chimes in, he says, trade Jimmy and uses money to sign a free agent. Doesn't work that way.
Nah.
With Bam Adebayo with his extension, with Tyler Hero with his extension, with the final year of Kyle Lowry's money, with Duncan Robinson's money, you're over the cap anyway. There's no escaping where the Heat are. They're going to be a tax team next year. They have all this money loaded up. Unless you can miraculously find a way to get rid of Kyle Lowry's money, you're in that situation there where you're over the cap. You have to do it player for player swaps. It's interesting. Right now where the Miami Heat stand, if you're saying, hey, Ira, let's stay intact, maybe one more player makes a difference. No, Matthew, we can't dump Duncan Robinson. I like this. It's like this trade someone for please, give me a break here.
Okay. They will try.
You will always try. My point being, if the Miami Heat stay copacetic and say, we're just going to use our exception money, they have one exception next year. And see, because they're going to be in the tax, it's the taxpayer mid-level. It's about $7 million. But because they'll be in the tax, that $7 million player can cost up to $17 million on the 1.5 times tax basis they have. So you say to yourself, can we get someone for $7 million who's a $17 million value? That's the problem because of where they are against the tax and everything. And because we went late in our first segment here on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show, I'll go a little longer here because Daniel brought in something that I actually did mention to someone when we were in the Heat media room before last game, and they brought up a possible trade to me. He offered it this way, so I'll throw it out at you. This is someone who does work and collects a Heat paycheck. Would you trade Bam Adebayo and Duncan Robinson for Joel Embiid if the Sixers don't make the conference finals and Joel Embiid starts acting out?
I will go back to, I have two things really quick. I will just say, that every team, we've talked about this, every team has the list of stars they're watching, right? Like just who might break out. I know teams have Joel Embiid on that list.
Okay, there you go.
I know teams that are like, hey, it's not, if they don't start winning, his frustration, as much as he loves Philadelphia and there are things he loves about it, his frustration level, could grow. So like, I'm not going to, so that's not that wildly insane. And by the way, yes, I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. I think Joel Embiid is top 5 player in the league. The guy with all the playoff injuries, with everything else, I think that's a guy you are closer to building a championship around than Bam and whatever else you have to give up.
Now, Jimmy and Joel will miss plenty of time. You'll have to deal with that. You'll have to give yourself a reasonable amount of depth also. So you do have that going on. To me, there's part B in that equation. Why I find it, I think it will be if James Harden does. Remember, you've seen this in The Athletic and other places. Yeah. James Harden's going to leave and go to Houston. I don't believe it. But if
I'm just going to say that I'm just going to quickly say that's not all smoke. I don't know that he's leaving. It's not all smoke.
So if that's the case and Harden leaves, Philly's going to have to start all over again. They're going to have to rebuild it. So I could see how that winds up being possible also. So what I'm saying is I think there are scenarios. We spoke about it here in our redrecover.com Inside the Paint, where you do trade Jimmy and move on in the Hero Adebayo direction. But for as much as we've seen here on the chat board, I also think that he could say, Jimmy Butler's really good. He's a top 15, maybe top 10 player. You don't get these opportunities very often. We're going to build around him, take the same approach we've taken before, screw the future. The future will come when it comes and deal with it then. So I do think it is a little bit of food for thought, and I do think how the Heat do in the play-in and in the playoffs will further advance all of this. So that's our second segment here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm glad Sean gave us a little bit of a break. Maybe a longer break this time will help also. If you missed either of these first two segments, you can catch them on any of our Big O Show podcast outlets. Feel free, please download it, smash like buttons along the way. When we come back, we're going to look at the Heat's upcoming schedule. It is intriguing. We could say it's a soft schedule, but we know a little better after Orlando. So we'll set up the week ahead. We'll talk a little bit more about the playoff race and about players who have to step up as well. All of that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for our final segment on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. If you missed either of the first two, they were fantastic. You can go to any podcast outlet for the Big O Show, and you can track them down there. Smash the like buttons. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com out there in Los Angeles. We sort of struck a chord in our last segment talking about Jimmy Butler and possible Heat trades, and we will be here all off season. So don't think just because the playoffs end, we're going to wind up trading every Heat player before free agency even starts. So feel free to chime in, give us your thoughts. Also, Terry chimes in here and says Jimmy and DeMar on the same team will be no floor spacing, especially if you get rid of Hero. You're correct. That's when you got to get back to a Max Strus or Duncan Robinson type. You have to find three-point shooting either. John Palmer checks in here. He says, Hero and Beal is a lateral move. No, it's an in-the-moment move versus a future move. Bradley Beal right now is a better player than Tyler Hero. But 3 years from now, 4 years from now, maybe when Bradley Beal is out of the league, Tyler Hero, by default, almost will be the best player. So you have that. John also says, hey, trade Jimmy to the Knicks for Quickly and R.J. Barrett. Now, Jimmy to the Knicks is not out of the question. Tibbs loves him. Tibbs might find that Julius Randle is not his closer, and he'd rather have someone else. So I would not discount that, nor would I discount Jimmy wanting to get to the New York market, either being New York or Brooklyn either. All you see Jimmy's is his ventures, his big face coffee. He lets you know that he's in for the marketing aspect also. He shows up on our TV every Super Bowl as it is playing in a smaller market in Miami than New York. So I think Jimmy going out would like to go out in the limelight. So I could see that possible. Daniel chimes in, says if Joel Embiid requested a trade, what would be his preferred destinations? I don't see many options besides Miami. Jimmy and Joel are very close. No matter what terms you think Jimmy left Philly on or not, it was more because of other players. It was because of Brett Brown. It was just because Timmy had wanderlust and just wanted to move on, play for the team that his buddy Dwayne Wade told him. So, yeah, I think Jimmy and Joel would be interesting. Kurt Heelan, I'm going to pause for a second on our chat board and throw that to you. Forget every other player on the roster because I don't know what it would take in a trade. I think it might even take Bam and Tyler Hero.
Probably.
If you are starting with a core of Joel Embiid and Jimmy Butler in today's Eastern Conference of Giannis and the Celtics and the improving Cavaliers and the teams at the top, like whatever Philly might be, where would you think, how well would you think a Jimmy, Joel Embiid, 30-year-old plus starting core would fare in the short term in the NBA?
I think you're short term, just those two, you are right there with Boston and Milwaukee. What those two teams have that would be harder to build out is an infrastructure that really supports their stars and the depth, right? And in especially in Milwaukee's case, but frankly, both of them now, continuity. You would have to build that really quickly. But in terms of just star power, I think Joel Embiid is a top 5 minimum to maybe top 3 player in the NBA. And if you can get that guy and put him with a Jimmy Butler, you're an instant contender. It's just a matter of how you fill out the roster.
Yeah, but the point you made is I think we might give Giannis a slight edge over Joel Embiid. We just might.
Yeah.
But you'd probably give Jimmy an edge over Drew Holiday, although Drew certainly can be very good, but Jimmy's the better player. But Milwaukee also has Brook Lopez. Milwaukee also has Chris Middleton. They have the depth there. So if you were to take this current Heat roster, just for argument's sake, James Harden goes to Houston, Philly goes, oh my God, we're terrible. They start, they reload, they want youth, they take Bam, they take Tyler Hero, they'll have Maxey, they'll have the young team, they'll go from there. If you do a deal like that with what's left on the Miami Heat to round out a roster, Kurt, I know you said you thought they might be right up there with Boston. But if you're talking about, I'm going to give you a starting lineup of Joel Embiid, Caleb Martin, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, and Gabe Vincent, or maybe our $7 million mid-level player or something, okay?
Yeah.
So you get someone like that. It's going to be a tough go to make it work from there, I would think.
This is where the magic of Pat Riley and that whole front office has to come in, because you're absolutely right. You've got to retool and bring in guys. You have the advantage, though. You're Miami, man. You are one of the 3 destinations people actually want to go to. And so if you've got star power down there, you can draw talent to play with you, but you would need that. And by the way, you would need whoever doesn't go out in that trade. If it's Duncan Robinson, if it's Max, it's, obviously I don't want to knock Gabe because I think he's played well this year, but you need those guys to step up in a way they haven't this year.
Right. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Pep chimes in and says it sounds like an old team. I don't think Pat Riley gives a rat's ass about an old team. I think Pat Riley looks at a team and says, if this team can win right now, then you worry about the future. That's what I've always enjoyed about covering the Heat, is that they're going and living in the moment. They're not one of these teams that says next year is going to come after next year and keep going. Yes, Jesse, I know Father Time is undefeated, but I'm not trying to beat Father Time for a decade. I'm trying to beat Father Time for a year. And I think that's where you go when you go in that direction. Marco chimes in and he says, with Kurt's look, he thinks he's the guy from Pawn Stars. I'll leave that be. You can check him out. Kurt will be on the History Channel.
I've heard that before, yeah.
Okay, so Kurt will be on the History Channel later today, so we'll have that also. So basically, I'm just trying to say is there's ways for the Heat to look short-term. There's ways for the Heat to look long-term. But I think there are possibilities out there. Again, when the Miami Heat got Jimmy Butler in the 2019 offseason, they had zero cap space, but they pulled it off. So if they want to pull something off, and if a player wants to be somewhere, I think they can. Well, the good thing about a long first segment and good Jimmy Butler talk is we're almost at the end of the show, and I like to get to the Heat schedule looking ahead before we meet again here next Wednesday on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. Heat have the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, Kurt, here at Miami-Dade Arena, formerly FTX Arena, formerly American Airlines Arena. No Ja Morant, no Brandon Clark, no Steven Adams, no, I'm trying to figure who else they don't have. I know they're out a few more players also. Yeah. And yet you look at the standings right now, you wake up and you say, where are the Memphis Grizzlies in the Western Conference standings? And almost shockingly, and considering all they've been through, Memphis is in second place in the West. Does this team have enough to hold on with what Memphis has in place right now with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Desmond Bane and really a depleted core? Tonight, Heat versus Grizzlies, how do you look at a game like this?
This is one the Heat need to get because they are down. They are not as good a team. But Desmond Bane, I think people, if you want to get on my list of top underrated players in the league, Desmond Bane is pretty high up on it. He's really good. Jaren Jackson Jr. is an elite defensive player. So, they've got some advantages, and I think they also have the advantage. They're in the number 2 seed because who's catching them? Who is catching them in the West right now? That's it's ugly out there.
We really thought this would be Sacramento's season, but it's so fascinating when you look at those West standings. You go from the Nuggets number 1, even with their 4-game losing streak, the Grizzlies number 2, they're on a 3-game winning streak, the Kings at 40-27, Kurt, which really is absolutely remarkable from where anyone picks Sacramento to finish. Yeah. But then you're down to a 37-32 Suns team. The Warriors at 36-33. The Clippers at 36-33. Yeah. You have that morass in the middle right now. But I agree. If anything, that Orlando game had to serve as a wake-up call for the Miami Heat. Assume nothing. You have to maximize your home games. You have to seize on the moment of the Brooklyn Nets losing last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder to give you any chance of making a move there. You have Jimmy Butler. You have Bam Adebayo. You have Tyler Hero. You have Kyle Lowry coming back. It's cliche, but this sort of is must win, isn't it?
Absolutely. These are the games, if you want them to have any chance of climbing up to the 6. And by the way, importantly, like we talked about, holding on to 7, these are the games you got to win when teams are down.
Yeah, and I think Memphis is sort of overachieving in the absence of Ja, but I think eventually it sort of hits home. Wow, we're banging our head against the wall. We don't have our leading man. What's really going to happen with us? Again, I like Jaren Jackson Jr. I almost put Jaren Jackson Jr., Kurt Heelan, to where Bam was a couple of years ago. He still needs to find his offensive game to become a leading man and a more complete player. I think he's almost Bam-like right now.
Oh, I agree. A huge defensive impact. He can dunk. He's I think maybe more raw athleticism than Bam. But Bam's now got the floater, and he can face you up, and he can do some other, put the ball on the floor a little in a way you would. This Heat fans tonight, you are hoping Jaren Jackson Jr. tries some of that stuff. He's not there offensively, but if he gets there in a couple of years, watch out.
Yeah, and so you have that game. Then coming up this weekend, the Heat have a back-to-back. The good news is they have 2 days off. They're off on both Thursday and Friday, and certainly with an older team, that makes a difference. Then they go into Chicago Saturday, and it's interesting. We talked early in our show about possible Heat playoff matchups in a 7-8 loser versus 9-10 winner. It might be the Chicago Bulls. They are maintaining that spot right now. The game is in Chicago. I guess based on talent or pedigree, you would think the Heat should win. Kurt, I would not be shocked if Chicago's favored in that game.
No, like I said, they are earlier. They're playing really good defense, and they should be better than they are with this offense. I don't know how they have with when you think about having Zach and Vucevic and DeRozan and all. How are they this bad? It's not what Lonzo Ball's costing you that much. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's just, again, I know there's the head game of Lonzo Ball. He's going to be here, he's going to be here, he's going to be here, he's not going to be here. And I know they played with that all season, the waiting game where the wait never paid off. I know Patrick Williams didn't come around to be the player necessarily they thought he would be. So there are some depth issues there also. The Billy Donovan thing, you play hard for him early, maybe not so much. I think that's a tough spot for the Heat. And then you get to this odd game on Sunday. You're playing the Detroit Pistons in Detroit, but on the second night of a back-to-back. You might be tempted to rest players. Jimmy Butler played both ends of the back-to-back, Cleveland and Orlando, and was sublime on the second night when he had his 38 points. So he showed he could play a back-to-back. Of all the tankerias going on right now in the NBA, when you see those Detroit Pistons injury reports, which they try to literally put the entire roster on there, I would say even though the game's in Detroit, even though it's the second night of a back-to-back, that might be the ultimate humiliation if the Miami Heat lose on Sunday to Detroit in Detroit.
Agreed. I think they're the worst team in the NBA right now. I mean, the Spurs are actually got a little bit healthy and have won a couple games. Charlotte's still got some life in them. The other teams are playing. Detroit's just bad. And it's a game, again, those are the ones you can't let slip away, right? Those are the ones you got to win if you're going to hang on to that.
Who already lost in Detroit this season, the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Who already lost twice this season to the Charlotte Hornets on the road, the Miami Heat. Who already lost to the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat. Who had to survive with 0.8 of a second to play to beat the Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat. There is nothing that's a given. That's the story of the season right now. So I will say this. If you want to have any level of confidence going into the play-in, if you want to make every single remaining game mean something in the battle for the number 6 seed, long shot but possible, you have to win those games. You have to win Memphis right now. You have to win Chicago. You have to win Detroit. I have to be back here with Kurt Heelan next week talking about the Miami Heat on a 4-game winning streak. If not, I'll be talking to Kurt Heelan about trading Jimmy Butler again. But that's it for our show for this week. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. This has been RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. But right now, the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Right. Welcome back. We are here. We are ready to rock. Yeah, I don't need the headphones at the moment. Anyway, good morning all. Again, obviously, our second go-around since we started at 8:45 on a beautiful Wednesday, on a blessed Wednesday, because we're here. Every day that we're here is a blessing. So hope you all are doing well. Ira and Kurt, as always, one complete hour of all kinds of basketball and Miami Heat talk. Let's see if they can get on track and get a victory here against the Grizzlies tonight. We'll see what happens over at what's it called, Miami-Dade Arena now, until they find another sponsor. Maybe Bitcoin should be. It should be called the Bitcoin Arena. Why not, man? I mean, Bitcoin is exploding right now. Banks are not. Bitcoin is. Wow. Wonder. Anyway, people would freak out when I would tell them the banks are going to be closing. I'd be like, ah. And now banks are closing. So here we go. It's crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. But anyway, we got the band all back together again. Ahmed signed first, then Mostert and Wilson. So you've got all three. There was some talk about Dalvin Cook and all that good stuff. This is the season where you get people that just want to put their names out there. Oh, the Dolphins are still looking for options at quarterback to move on from Tua. No, they're not. They're trying to trade for Dalvin Cook. Well, no, they brought their guys back. It's just one of those deals. I'm sure they inquired about certain things. They were probably asking too much for Dalvin Cook. As I told you guys, they're not going to pay a lot for a running back. That hasn't been their MO. That's just the way Chris Greer has done business. He doesn't really, he'll spend money on the offensive line. He'll spend money on cornerbacks. These are things that we are learning about Chris Greer as it goes along. Okay? Now that he is really in charge, okay, over the last few years, now you're really seeing what his philosophy is, and it's definitely not to spend big on the running back, not a high pick or not a lot of money. And you look at all three backs combined, you're not spending a lot of money. You probably have to pay Dalvin Cook a total of what you would spend to have all three running backs. And they probably don't want to do it that way. You know what I mean? Hayden Hurst just signed a 3-year deal with the Carolina Panthers. Not surprised, obviously. I told you guys now that they're going to have to pay Joe Burrow. Mike Brown is, notoriously cheap. So it's going to be a problem from here on out now for Burrow. Okay, this is a whole different ballgame for Burrow and for not that I see Burrow has it. Okay, I don't believe Justin Herbert has it. I believe he has the skill set. Oh my God, he is super blessed and talented. He has more talent to spare, but I don't believe he has it. But what he also has is Spanos. So one of the things that Herbert and Burrow are now going to deal with is they're not going to be able to have the same kind of weapons, because now once you pay Burrow, well, now you're not going to have the best receiving core in the NFL anymore. Okay? You're going to have to make sure you draft some young guys, and hopefully they turn into another T. Higgins. You know what I mean? That you can find another one like that, or another Boyd. That's what's going to end up happening, because it'll be Chase all by himself. Now, Chase is fantastic, but Burrow has had the best receiving core in the NFL for the last couple of years, and that's going to go by the wayside. And then he loses his tight end also now. Okay, and that's just the way. That's just the way the cheap cookie crumbles. And Herbert and Burrow are going to understand that now. But that's not even important. The most important part is Hurst could have been an option for the Dolphins. Okay, and remember what we've talked about now, right? Okay, now we find out what they do in free agency, and then this will lead us to the draft. Did they fill tight end here in free agency? No. So they're going to fill tight end in the draft. They haven't filled out an offensive tackle yet. I think they still will get an offensive tackle, maybe hopefully bring Brandon Shell back. That's what I'm hoping, at least because that's somebody and did well for you. So Brandon Shell would be nice to bring back. And then maybe you're going to use either your second or third round pick for a tight end or a tackle. You understand? That might be an option for you now at this point. These are things now that we can start to see and say, okay, they might make a move at this position. It might be corner in the second, third round. It might be tackle in the second, third round. It might be tight end in the second and third rounds, right? A returner. It might be a corner / wide receiver that is also a returner. Remember, they don't have a real kick and punt returner. And if you can find yourself specifically a punt returner, because the kick returner is a little harder because they kick them all out of the end zone most of the time, you get very few to return. But punt returns, you do return a lot. So if you do get a guy that is shifty and can, help you in the punt return game, then that's another option for you in that second and third rounds, is someone that's a pretty good receiver or corner, but is also one hell of a returner too at the same time. You'll have your 6th and 7th round picks where you can take a stab at those kind of things too. You know what I'm saying? But you start to look, remember, it's what I told you, that once we get through free agency, we will have a better feel for what they possibly could do in the draft. Okay, and this draft does have several tight ends, so it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if the Darnell Washington kid is going to make it to Miami in the second round at 51, but I think Tucker Kraft will be there at 51. Okay, and I like him. I'm a big fan of him, so hopefully that's the kid that gets there to Miami, and they're able to grab their tight end. So that might be something else that they do in that second and third rounds. So they'll have several options. Again, free agency is not done. We have to wait and see, because you know how it is with Chris Grier. And remember, the cap space they have now, they can use it all up, because in June, when they release Byron Jones, they'll get $13 million more, and that's where you can sign your draft picks. Not that you have a lot of draft picks to sign, because as it looks right now, you have 1 second, 1 third, a 6th, and a 7th. That's all you have in this draft. So you don't have a ton of picks. So you don't need to allot a whole bunch of money, because you don't have the regular full allotment of picks and drafts. So that should save you some money. Big O, any more O-line linebacker help coming? We'll find out. We'll find out. They could use another linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another linebacker here in free agency. That would be another position that you could see them kind of getting one more guy at least. I can see that. So there are a couple positions still left to be filled We'll find out now with whatever cap space they have left, what other moves they make, and then we can kind of get a feel, for the draft. So that'll be cool. As long as we can get that done. So we got the Heat back in action tonight. Grizzlies. Heat are favored by 4. What are we doing? I'm going Grizzlies. I think I think you go Grizzlies once again. The Heat are not a team that can be trusted. So they've got to win by 5 for you to win this game. I don't like my chances. I don't like even without John Morant, the Grizzlies are still pretty decent. And they can beat Miami actually, because Miami is nothing special. So yeah, I'm probably going Grizzlies here +4 in this one. Just, hey, I am not a financial advisor. I mean, you do your own homework. All I know is we've been killing it for a long time by taking the points. Practically undefeated, I think. That's how crazy it is. Okay? Practically undefeated. We need O-line help bad. That would be the last thing. Yeah, they still need another lineman or two. Wagner, a West Coast guy. I don't see him coming to Miami. They may be too cheap for Levante David. I think with Long, I don't know if they're going to go with another. Levante David may not even come back to Tampa now. He may not have a contract in Tampa. So those older linebackers have not signed. It's interesting. Really interesting. Older linebackers have not signed whatsoever. So maybe their price is going down. So who knows? Let's see. We need O-line help bad. That would be the first thing I would have addressed. Well, maybe you should get a job as a general manager, since you do a much better job. Lisa Rose is in the house. See Matthew Owen, 2 a time. Daniel Larry. Marco. Jesse M. KD gets hurt in a layup line. Yeah, it's so weird to get hurt in a layup line. GP Trap, thank you, sir. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the hat. That was very nice of you. In fact, I have it downstairs. On the next commercial break, I will go get the hat. GP Trap gave me a very nice, very fresh Inter Miami hat. He didn't like he wasn't a fan of this one. And some of you thought it was like a Raiders logo from afar and all that. So he didn't like that one. So he sent me a brand new hat, and it's a badass hat, by the way. It's either that or you didn't like this one. I don't know which Inter Miami hat that I wore. I have so many Inter Miami hats, but I think those are the two that I've worn lately. And in his note, he goes, I found a much better hat for you, which I can't argue. It's a super fresh hat. I'm not going to wear it. I'll show it. Just wash my hair. So I don't want to get the hat head. Maybe tomorrow I'll get a hat head. But because I wash my hair every other day. I don't know about you guys, but I like to wash it every other day, not every day. So every other day I like to wash it. So on the second day, I don't mind wearing the hat. If I wear it on the first day, then that's it. My hair is done. Then I definitely got to wash it the next day. But that's those are my washing hair habits. Big O, you are a smart person. You know your stuff. I don't know about that, but We guess it right every once in a blue moon. All the other times we're just wrong. That's it. That's what we do. All of our other teams need to follow the Dolphins' footprint. Well, Oscar, all the teams need to follow the Heat footprint. They're the ones with all the titles. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But even though the Heat may not look good right now, but Riley is still Riley, and Mickey Harrison and the family are still great ownership group. I know they're a little bit off kilter, and I'm the first guy to say it. Okay. I'm not happy with the direction and the decisions lately from the Miami Heat. I think they've made some really bad decisions overall, but they're still the creme de la creme of this town. Okay. They're still the ones that are, the proven thing. I love the direction the Dolphins are going. Finally, I have been pretty much against the direction of the Dolphins for 20 years. I got excited about Saban and Parcells and Jimmy like everybody else, but that quickly dissipated. I mean, that quickly went by the wayside right away, and you could tell we got screwed with those. But yeah, it's been rough, man. It's been rough. I do love the direction the Dolphins are going. I have for the last couple of years. I think we have a great front office, and I think everything will pay off. Just takes a little time. That's all. Just a little bit of time. Michael Austin is here with you, Big O. Well, thank you, Michael. I feel very comfortable, and I feel blessed that you're here with us, man. Okay. Yes, the Panthers are signing Hayden Hurst. We just talked about it. Been watching the NFL since the days of Joe Cribbs in Buffalo. I have never seen a team with a Super Bowl without a great O-line. Miami is not there yet. One right tackle away. Well, we'll find out. If you bring back Brandon, I'm good, man. Brandon Shell did a really good job last year at right tackle. The worst part was that he did great and then got injured for that playoff game. That he got injured in the last game when they clinched the playoff game against the Jets. It sucked, dude. That he got injured in that game. Would have liked to have him at least for the playoff game. So, let's see. Thank you, GP Trap. Thank you. Oh, so you didn't like the M? He didn't like the M. Okay. I got you. The university where I work offered a training yesterday on Chat GPT. I am officially excited and terrified about artificial intelligence. Remember the future. We are there now. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's coming. Whether we like it or not, it's coming, Dougie. You know what I mean? It's whether you like it or not, you're going to be using a cell phone. Whether you like it or not, you now carry around a computer in your hands. You didn't do that 10, 20, 30 years ago, right? And it's just something that the internet was something that we, oh, wow, what a joke and all that people, oh, that'll never last. All that. And now your life is, you can't live without the internet. It's what you use to watch television, to listen to music, to do your homework, to do your work, to send emails, to pay bills, to go to the movies, you use it for everything and anything, pretty much. Your banking, you name it, all of it, right? And this is part of, life, unfortunately. And you used to be able to give your nickel or dime at the toll plaza to somebody physically, right? Now there's nobody there anymore. Now it's you pass by and it's something electronically, that takes it. Now you go to Burger King and McDonald's and they have kiosks where you now put in your order. It's the way it goes. Some of us now, when we're going to McDonald's, we're working the app. So before we pull up to the drive-in, we already have our order. These people don't even have to take our order anymore. You know what I mean? So this is all part of growing. And we go from horses to carriages to trains to cars and trucks and, buses and planes and, everything evolves. And artificial intelligence is part of the involvement of it all. That's why when last August, when I was telling people about Alethea artificial intelligence token, it's because I know that artificial intelligence is coming, just like I know crypto is going to be part of your everyday life, the same way the internet is. Because crypto and the blockchain and Web3 and all that, that's the future of the internet. That is the internet. And crypto is a way you're going to pay your bills. It's the way you're going to buy things. It's where you're going to be investing. It's all of those things. And Bitcoin, I know it's going to be the currency of the world. I know it because I see the whole damn world crumbling. Every dollar is crumbling. The yen, the euro, you name it, the dollar, they're all crumbling. Less countries in the world are using the dollar. We are, we're still the currency of choice for the world, but it's less and less every day is what people don't realize. And there's a reason why there was a lot of countries, in Europe and in other places where they started loading back up on gold. And there's a reason why, because they know that fiat currency is dying. And here we go again. And here are the banks. The banks are the biggest scam there is in the world. The funny part is the people that would tell me, oh, no, Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. No, you idiot. The banks are the Ponzi scheme. Our entire, financial system is a Ponzi scheme. But it's the same everywhere else. The French are going through the same thing. The English are going through the same thing. Argentina and Colombia and whatever. And every country has either destroyed their dollar or they're in the process of completely abolishing it. Things change. Things evolve. You will have the new internet. It's a blockchain. It's the Web3. You will have new currency coming up, which will be Bitcoin and some others that will come up. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. That's all. Look at now. The banks are suffering. Their stocks are going to the floor right now for a lot of banks because people are getting smart and they're figuring it out. They don't have your money. If everybody went to go get their money at Bank of America or wherever else, they're not going to have your money. They're going to run out right away because they're all over leveraged. The world evolves, and artificial intelligence, whether you like it or not, will be part of your world. You're going to be ordering to a robot, which is artificial intelligence. It's the way it is. Things are going in that direction. Amazon has got robots that they're adding all over because it eliminates human beings, and it makes them more efficient, less mistakes, and it's cheaper for them in the long run. So they're already adding artificial intelligence at Amazon. They're in the process of all of that. Tesla does that too already. They have a certain level of things that they do in developing their cars and everything. That's why Tesla, Toyota makes about $1,300 per car that they sell. Do you know how much Tesla makes? $9,000. That's why they're more efficient. That's why they make more money. That's why they're becoming, a monster in all of this. And, it's because they're doing things completely different. The way they do their business. They're cutting a lot of middlemen out, which then cuts a lot of money out. And it's just, this is life, man. This is life. This is the way it goes. And it's going to change and adjust. And if you don't adjust with it, it will run you over. Okay. My business, I knew radio was dying couple of years back. I knew it was dying. I said, I got to get out of this thing. This is just, these people are just keeping us around as long as they can, and then they'll just get rid of it. And I was glad to get the hell out. And I knew starting this because I could see that we're not watching television anymore. We're not listening to radio anymore the way we used to. We go on our time on demand. So platforms are the thing. Your live audience is the smallest part of your audience. Your largest audience is the one that shows up whenever the hell they want to show up. Day, nights, weekends, holidays, middle of the night, 6 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, whenever the hell they want to listen to you. Or whenever the hell you want to watch. You know what I mean? So I knew that I had to do it. Just like years ago, I knew, the social media. Okay, I got to get on the social media because my business needs to. And so I grew the social media account. You have to adjust as things go on in life, because if you don't, you get run over. It passes you by, and then you're left behind with it all. That's why, as people that are older have trouble working phones and finding apps and doing all of that, because it's an adjustment for them, but that's where we're going. And if we don't adjust, we get left behind. And long story, long answer for all of that. But yeah, that's all part of it, man. All part of it. AI, baby. Good morning, friends and family, boys and girls, patiently waiting for more moves today. What do we do? O is replaced by AI. Soon you'll be watching an artificial intelligence version of a sports talk show host. Yep. Pretty soon they'll just eliminate me, and I won't be able to do this anymore. Big O, funny that players around the league are liking the direction of the Finns with Tua QB1 and wanting to come here, while the pros requesting trades from San Diego. Some fan here can't see that. Listen, JR, McDaniel and Greer have created an environment that people, coaches and players, want to be a part of, which is super cool. Bevel stayed, Vic Fangio joined. Now you see, Jalen Ramsey wanted to be traded here. Tyreek Hill is like out there, defending, not defending, but kind of promoting how good the Dolphins organization is, because some players, I saw an exchange the other day on his thing, like, you guys are getting everything, this, that, and he was like, yeah, you're just jealous because we're doing things the right way, or some, I'm paraphrasing, but he was going back and forth with somebody. So it's just funny to see that, yeah, they have created that environment. And for us as fans, this is why I keep telling you guys, don't listen to all this bullshit that's out there, man. All these people that just want to talk negative about Tua and then negative about the team and all that kind of stuff. I told you, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying all of this. They're headed in the right direction. I feel really good about the team. I'm going to enjoy my free agency. I'm going to enjoy whatever picks they get. I'm going to enjoy Zach Thomas going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm going to enjoy training camp. I can't wait for training camp. Oh, my God. I can't wait to watch Tyreek and Waddle going up against X and Ramsey. Are you kidding me? That is going to be fun. Don't hurry anything up. I want to enjoy every moment of this offseason. I don't need to rush to September. Okay? I'm enjoying the process of free agency. I can't wait for the draft. I can't wait for any of the mini camps. Can't wait for training camp. Can't wait for any of that, dude. I'm going to enjoy. I'm going to take in every single moment as a fan, as a member of the media. I'm going to be there. I'm going to cover it for you guys out there. But what I'm not going to allow is all these people that don't know shit about the Dolphins, don't really know what direction they're going in. All they care about is what angle can I take today so I can get my name out there, get clicks, get views, pull the whatever, the clickbait crap, that's all they're doing. It's all they give a shit about. They don't care if the team is good or not. They just care about what can I do to extract the anger from you. That's what they're looking to do. Big O, have you already pre-booked your Super Bowl vacation house? I have not yet, not in Vegas. I will. In the next month, I'll have all of that done. I asked ChatGPT an advanced question from my field, and it was staggeringly accurate and even forward-thinking. The writing was beautiful, almost poetic, and perfectly written. Oh, it took minutes. Jesse M says 100% inflation in Argentina, horrific for the citizens. Also heard that bank that failed the executives gave themselves bonuses. No, dude, Signature and those, they actually sold their stocks before. Like they knew it was coming and they sold millions in stocks. Those guys are going to end up going to jail because they knew what was going on. They had insider. So all the other people stuck with stocks that plummeted to zero and crap or nothing. Now they have started to file suit against the bank. Of course, there's no bigger scam. There's no bigger Ponzi scheme than our entire financial system. That's the funny part when I hear people talk about Bitcoin. It's like, you don't really get it. You don't really understand what's going on. The biggest ripoff there is the banking. Is our financial institution, is our Federal Reserve, is the 5-6 families that control all the money, because that's how the Federal Reserve was created, by 5 or 6 families. And they create the rates, they decide who gets the money and who doesn't. And that's why I keep telling you that decentralized financing doesn't have a face, doesn't have a color, doesn't have a nationality, doesn't have a sexuality, doesn't have anything. It's up to you. Every individual can empower themselves as much as they want. Nobody's going to dictate what loan you're going to get or what you're going to do. You're going to dictate it all. That's the best part about it. So that is gone from our system. Eventually, not right now, but eventually will be gone with all of that. But, it's hard to explain decentralized financing to people and how freedom is, how it's going to set you free and you'll become your own bank. It's hard for people to understand that because it's incredibly lazy just to leave my money in another bank and let them go ahead and take chances, and they're off gambling with your money and you get shit from it. So I encourage all of you to take the time and read and go on YouTube and see videos about decentralized financing, about the blockchain, and learn what it is all about and the freedoms that it's going to create for you with Bitcoin. I encourage you all, because that's where we're going, whether you like it or not. So get on board. The faster you get on board, the more you're going to be ahead of everybody else. Our government is doing a piss poor job. They're trying to hide it from you. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is getting ahead of you, not of me, but of you. And we're at a disadvantage. Instead of embracing it and becoming the centralized home of it around the world, we're weakening ourselves and allowing other countries to become the powerhouse. But that's all pure ignorance. So I encourage all of you to look into it heavily, and you will thank me down the line. Okay? Like a Max Headroom version of Big O. There we go. I was Max Headroom one year. I actually did that for a Halloween, and I actually looked pretty good as Max Headroom. Gotta say, my buddy's sister is the one that did the makeup for me, if I remember correctly. I think she did. And did a phenomenal job. Just sounds like all around great time to be a fan of this team. The older fans are with you. Oh, enjoy the ride, baby. Definitely. How did Pat McAfee podcaster get so big? He was just a punter. He does a good job, bro, and they let him actually speak his mind, which is rare. You know, it's kind of rare for that. But he does a great job, dude. I wish nothing but the best for Pat McAfee. I like his style, you know? So good for him. Since Mike G has been no sign, do you see an option that he will be back with Miami? Mike G. Mike Gesicki, you mean? No, dude, Mike Gesicki's gone. He's not coming back here. He doesn't, they didn't use him, bro. They don't want him. So he's done. Emilio says, I'm finding myself very eager to begin investing my money in crypto, but in this economic times, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and it seems my window is closing to begin. Tell me I'm wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong, because you can put $5, $10 in Bitcoin and, you know, $20 here and 15 there, and let it build like that slowly. That's all. Think about it, Emilio. If you would have put $5 or $10 when it was at $16,500, and now it's at $25,000, your $15 or $25 would have already grown. And if you put it when it was at 20 or 21 and it's at 25, it would have grown more. And if you would have put it in at 23 and it's at 25, it would have grown more. So all the money you would have put in throughout the last, 2 months and a half would have all grown. You see what I'm saying? And it's only going to go up. So you don't have to put hundreds and thousands and all that. Put what you can afford. All right, whatever you can afford to lose. So if you're tight and you can only afford a couple of dollars, well, then it's better than not putting anything in, and if you're going to go to the movies, twice this week or whatever, well, only go once, and the money you were going to use for the movies and the other time, put that in there, that kind of stuff. Again, do your own homework. But like I tell you guys, keep it simple for all you beginners. Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's it. Leave it in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and, there's less risk. It's really easy because that is only going to grow. I've been trying to tell you guys this for a while now, but, look into it yourself. Do your own homework. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor, but it's not too late. Okay? Down the line, it will be, but you're not too late right now. Okay, you can still take advantage and create a little extra for your future. Brett Dodger says, Big O, we should have only kept a minimal amount of money in our banks for years now. Perhaps an emergency fund is all. Yeah. Mark says, Pat is hilarious. Yeah, dude, Pat does an excellent job. Frankie Fresco. All right, here we go. AEW Wednesday. Jeff Jarrett or Orange Cassidy? We went with Orange Cassidy last time, right, Sean? I'm pretty sure we went with Orange Cassidy and won. So now Jeff Jarrett is taking on the great Orange Cassidy. And I got to tell you, I love my Orange Julius back in the day. There's still some Orange Juliuses around. And if you can have one, good for you, right? Jeff Jarrett, I got to tell you, you always wonder about these people. Now, were his parents trying to get cute? Their name's Jarrett, so they said, let's call him Jeff Jarrett because it rhymes. It all goes together. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of like Orange Julius because that just, Orange Cassidy is my Orange Julius. So I'm going to go, and orange is part of the Dolphins colors. Orange is on this mic right now. Orange is in the Sloman's home shield. I'm going to lean the Orange Cassidy on this one, okay, over Jeff Jarrett, just because he got too cute with his name. Okay, we don't want any cute names here. We're gonna go with Orange Cassidy, which is a dominant name. Sean, what do you think about Orange Cassidy over Jeff Jarrett, the cute name?
Jeff Jarrett was named by his father, Jerry Jarrett, and his mother, Josephina Jarrett.
See, there's just too many J's there. Just too many J's.
But
That's
I
just
agree with you. It's Orange Cassidy.
yeah. There's too many J's. That means Jeff's going to be way too high because he's hit too many J's. So I'm going Orange Cassidy with the win. See, nobody breaks down wrestling like I do. AMC Theaters lets you pay in Bitcoin. Noticed the other day. Yes, they do. Oh, it's coming, dude. It's coming. Come on, man. Who we kidding? And businesses know it. That's why they're all picking it up, because it's the inevitable, and they know a lot more than you and I do. You know, but whatever. Hey, by the way, is it AMC or I forgot which one, but on Tuesdays you can like go to the movies for a couple bucks only, man. Like $4 or $5 or something. Like really cheap on Tuesdays. So just in case, for those of you that don't know, I forgot which one, but one of the theaters, AMC or I don't know all the names of them all, but my wife is the one that keeps up with that. We were going to go on a little date night last night, but she didn't feel well stomach wise, so we stayed home. Big O, your wrestling prognostication are so professional and above reproach. You know wrestling analysis. You know that I bring the analysis. If we are all on Tua now and do not address the right tackle position, shame on Greer. Yes, they're not addressing it whatsoever. Don't worry about it. And if we are all in now, Peter, some of us were always in. This isn't about, I'm getting on the bandwagon, I'm getting off the bandwagon, I'm getting on the bandwagon. No, we've been on the bandwagon. Maybe you haven't, my brother, but we are on the orange and aqua bandwagon all the time. AMC also takes SHIB. Yes, they do. Big O, those Vegas Super Bowl tickets are going to be expensive. That stadium is pricey to get into. But for my Dolphins, man, I'll take the hit. Just an 8-hour drive, 1-hour flight for me. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Jason Dow says, I think you would like Orange Cassidy better anyway. His theme music he comes out to is Jefferson Starship. I know you like the classics. Nice. What song does he come out to from Jefferson Starship? Now you intrigued me. He comes out with Jefferson Starship, but you got to tell me what song. Don't tell me he comes out with We Built This City. Okay, because that's just, I love Jefferson Starship, but I hate that freaking song. I hate We Built That City. It's like I love Billy Joel. Love Billy Joel. I cannot stand We Didn't Start the Fire. Okay? Every concert I go to Billy Joel, I leave during that song to go buy a T-shirt. Go take a leak. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Jane is called.
Oh, my God, my favorite Jefferson Starship song. Holy shit. Orange Cassidy comes out to Jane? That's a great song, dude. The piano in that song, oh, man. The guitar and piano in that song make it all. Oh, I love it. That's fantastic. I might record it just to watch the entrance tonight of him. It's the entrance. That's how he does it. Like coming in out of the, oh, I gotta watch that. That is a great song, dude. Oh, do you look at Mike White signing as a signal that the front office is very confident Tua staying healthy, or just a cheap backup? Seems to me if they were concerned about Tua, they would. No. Tua time. Okay. Answer this question. All right. What backup quarterback was going to take over for Tua and take you and win a title? What backup quarterback could you bring here, not named Mike White, okay, that's available, and was going to come here for sure and then take you to a title if Tua gets injured? Please name them. We've got over 340 people on the chat board. There's more probably watching. Come on. Somebody sign on to the chat board if you want. Give me the name. Give me somebody that was going to win the Super Bowl for you if Tua got injured. Who was available that you could get? Who was it? I'm waiting. We got Earl Morrall so far. I wanna hear who's that name. Don't roast me, oh. Well, you kind of set yourself up. So which one is it? I need to know. Who is it? Who was going to bail you out and become a Baker Mayfield? Troy, you should be blocked just for that. Brady's not coming here to be a backup. So you should be blocked just for a stupid comment. Nick Foles is useless. Jeff Hostetler, there we go, just like Earl Morrall. Andy Dalton, John Beck, Matt Moore, Joel Flacco. I didn't know that he changed his name. Chad Henne. Nathan Nobody. I think you all understand what I'm saying. Does it really matter? There was nobody that was going to bail your ass out. Your season is over once Tua gets injured. You can sit there and play the fan game and, well, if this goes well, if that goes well, we're going to, Joe Montana, is that like a combination of Montana? Dan Marino, there we go. Paul Crew, nice. Jose Feliciano. Man. I want to wish you a happy Super Bowl. Let's see what else. We need to plant a QB tree in the Dolphin facility so we can pick one when we need a QB. Maybe Cutter's Edge can plant one for us. Brother, if Cutter's Edge can produce a QB tree, that would be pretty awesome. But if anybody can do it, Mike with that green thumb will do it. That's for sure. Al Bundy. Tony Montana. My name is Antonio Montana. Johnny Utah. Now, Johnny Utah. See, Johnny Utah, before the knee injury, okay? Before the knee injury, I think if you bring Johnny Utah here, they can win the title. I agree with that. After, no, he's better off, being a cop and chasing around Flea. Oh, I got it, Big O. Got to beat Ryan Tannehill for sure. Ray Finkel. If Hendon Hooker is available at our pick, do the Dolphins take him? I love Hendon Hooker. You guys know that. That's a nice project to take in the second round. I don't think he'll last to the third round. Problem is, if my man is there, Tucker Kraft, I'm taking the tight end because you need it badly. I told you, you fix the running game and you add the tight end, and Tua becomes that much better. it becomes that much scarier, this offense. I'd like to have an offense where you have those things working, because it was just really the passing game to the wide receivers, not even the tight end. That's why. So to me, that would be perfect. With you on that, Big O, forget his knee injury. Top surfer dude, though. Yes, definitely top surfer dude. Yep. You got to give him props when they deserve it. And surfing, it's a way of life. It'll change your life, man. You know what I'm saying? It'll change your life. Let's see. Bitcoin at 24.65. So it's messing around that 25 area. That's the good thing now. Now it's made some progress where it's messing around in that 25 and it keeps like busting through it. Went to 26.5 yesterday. So just needs to get that next push, and then we're going to 30. That's why I tell you all out there, it's not too late, man. It is not too late. Tua time, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, sorry for the question on Mike White. A music question, though. Are you a Grateful Dead fan? I can see you jamming out. No, not much of a Grateful Dead fan. I like Touch of Grey and a couple of their songs, but I'm not really much of a Grateful Dead guy. Never went to any of their shows. Not really, they're all right. It's not, I respect them, but it's not something that, I gravitate to, put it that way. I'll listen to it, but no interest in going to a concert when they were around. And, whatever, if they jam it, and somebody's jamming it, I'll listen to it. I don't own any Grateful Dead music. Know some of it, but no, not really, not much of a Grateful Dead fan. Lots of other things I jam to. Grateful Dead is one that's just there for me. I know a lot of people love them, man. God, a lot of people love them. They are big for a lot of people. Oh, can you get Hendon and Sam Laporta after my man? We'll do that. We'll get them all for you. It would be nice to have a blocking tight end who can get more than 2 yards on a check down. Darnell Washington in the draft, maybe. I like Darnell Washington. I don't know if he'll last to 51. That's my thing with him. I think Tucker will last to 51. I don't think Darnell will. That's the only reason. I like Darnell. I don't have a problem taking Darnell. But I something tells me he's going to go before 51. That's just my guess. What the hell do I know? You're not going to start chanting, are you? I don't get it. What did I miss? Where's the chanting? Best Grateful Dead joke. What did everyone say at a Grateful Dead concert when the drugs ran out? Yo, man, these dudes suck. Mark says Grateful Dead are my favorite band. A lot of people love the Grateful Dead, man. Oh, it helps to take some acid before listening to the Dead. Yes, I am a Velvet Revolver guy. Yes, do love Velvet Revolver. Yes, very talented dude, man. What a shame that the Stone Temple Pilots guy. What's his name? Scott Whelan. Some of these guys, man, that was a hell of a band, and that was a nice super group, and that dude just, what a shame. What a shame. Big O, what do you think of Buffalo? They're losing a lot on their defense. Jets might surpass them. Here's what I think, Frankie. Dolphins are winning the division. That's all I know. Let the others fight amongst each other for second place. As far as I'm concerned, the Dolphins will be in the penthouse. Okay? Big O, are you a ticket stub saver from shows you ever been to? My collection goes back to the Police in the OB in '83. Yeah, I do. I still have them around here? But I do. If you tweet, actually, I think if you tweet, if you put on Twitter, if I'm correct. Here, let me see something. Let me see something real quick here. Let me see if I can pull it off right away. But if you go on Twitter, I think, and you put Big O Show, and you put concert tickets, I think it might come up. I tweeted it out a couple years ago. Concert tickets, pictures of concert tickets that I have saved. And let me see if let me see. I think I found one. Yeah, here they are. How about that? So if you put Big O Show and concert tickets, it'll come out on Twitter and you'll see this. And there you go. That's like U2 from like 1980 something. This is David Bowie from 87. Prince and the Revolution, 85. Iron Maiden. I don't know. I think it's 85. Leonard Hearns, 89. U2, 87. I guess that's Joshua Tree. Genesis. I'm not sure if this is the Orange Bowl or the Sombrero. I saw them on back-to-back nights. Pink Floyd. So here's some old ones. Let me see there, and there we go. There we go. We enlarged it a little bit. Paquito de Rivera, September 11th, 1987. So there you go. There's some tickets for you. So yeah, I do collect some tickets and keep them. How about that? I do want to tell you about EJD Construction. We love talking about EJD Construction, 305-433-4843. Folks, they do it all there, man. All right. We're talking about fully insured liability and workers' comp, custom home construction, major home remodeling. So if you need to tear down a portion of the home to rebuild it, if you got to build a second floor, an observation deck, whatever it is you want to do, he built for one of our listeners a big old hut in the back that had a full kitchen, a barbecue, grease trap, and everything. I mean, it just absolutely first-rate, badass, custom home construction, home theater. Also, somebody did like a stadium theater. That's what it's called. That's what it was called, stadium theater. And so you got the big old screen, and then you got levels in the room where it's higher levels to watch. So that way, not everybody's in the same level, and their heads are in front of you and stuff like that. Super, super cool, by the way. That is something I wish I could steal and actually do in my home. But hey, if you can do that or anything else you want to do, maybe the family's growing, you got to put in another room in the home. 305-433-4843. Maybe you want to build an efficiency so you can actually rent it out and, get some side income. People are doing that also, and they're calling EJD Construction. The other thing is a lot of folks are renewing their hurricane policies, and they're realizing that if their home is over 20 years old, these insurance companies are requiring you to update your roof. They can upgrade your roof so you can fit, obviously, what's it called? Pass the code and then get a break on your insurance. 305-433-4843. Call Eric right now. This is the owner's personal cell number. So he's going to call you Dade or Broward counties only, by the way. All right. So if you live in Dade or Broward, please call him. 305-433-4843. All right, let's do it. Let's take a quick break. Hour number 2 is next. Matt Verderam will join us from Sports Illustrated.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There he is, Matt Verderam, ready to go, locked and loaded. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
Doing well. How are you?
We're doing pretty good, bro. I mean, looks like Miami's making pretty good moves so far, man. We're pretty happy down here. Let's see, Waddle and some guy named Tyreek going up against X and Ramsey. I can't wait for practice. I just want practice. I just want to be Allen Iverson. I'm just talking about practice. That's it.
It's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, you've got two great receivers. You have two corners that are coming off Pro Bowl years. Now, Howard had struggled at times last year. And
he was
Ramsey,
injured. You can tell.
Yeah. Ramsey, look, I mean, you bring him in and he has the capability to be the best corner in football. Now, last season he made the Pro Bowl. There were times he was but other times he was very good. So he's 28 years old. I mean, as long as he's healthy, it should be a big move for the Dolphins and one that really helps them in the immediate goal of getting to the top of the AFC East.
I think he's one of those guys that needs to be motivated. And I don't think the Rams year last year was any kind of motivation last year for anybody, because you knew that they were, pretty much done before they even started the season.
Yeah, no, it went downhill
Just like
fast.
this year too. I mean, this is part of paying the piper now after you did everything you did, that you went after the title. And hey, man, mission accomplished. Who gives a shit? You got the title,
Look, if you're the Rams, would you do it all again? Yeah, you would, right? I mean, of course you would. You won a Super Bowl. Now, the downside is they're going to have some rough years because you extended yourself so far out there that you're gonna have to eat it now on the back end. That being said, if you're the Rams, like you pointed out, you've got the jewelry, you're okay with it. But yeah, look, if you can get Jalen Ramsey for a third round pick, you do it. And Miami now is loaded on the perimeter. I mean, whether it's offense or defense. So, with Vic Fangio, he's got all the tools he needs in the secondary. Now it's about just getting what he needs out of the front seven.
Yeah, and David Long also, I think, was a really good pickup at linebacker for them. So that gives them the middle linebacker also that they needed, that they were looking for too. They are filling needs. So that is the one thing that I do like, is that the moves they've made makes a lot of sense. I like the combination of running backs last year. To me, it was more about McDaniel committing to it, and you got to fix that left guard and that right tackle. And if you're fixing that, then the running backs will look at, I mean, one guy averaged 4.5. Well, actually, both of the guys averaged 4.5 yards, a carry last year. So it's not like they weren't productive. It's really about, one of the things I said here, I've talked about in the last couple of weeks. Okay, this was a pretty good offense, and yet you didn't have the tight end, and you didn't have the dedication to the running game that you need. And when you look at Brock Purdy, right, and people were bragging about him, but it's a beautiful thing when you have a dominant running game, dominant receivers, a dominant tight end, a dominant offensive line. It makes life that much easier for any quarterback. So if you give a really good quarterback a running game and that playmaking tight end, how much better can Tua be?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think, look, for me right now at the Dolphins, I mean, the question I have is just his health. Can Tua stay on the field for a full season or something close to it? 15 games, 16 games, whatever. Can he do that? Because if he can do it, I mean, the Dolphins are. I think with Fangio, that defense is going to be leaps and bounds better. His history is that they will be very, very good on defense if they have pieces, and they've added a couple of huge pieces. They obviously can do more in the draft. My big thing with them is just Tua's health, because if he's healthy, they're really good. I mean, they're really, really good. But he's got to stay on the field, and that's obviously the big looming question right now with Miami.
Yeah, that obviously that is the big one there. All right, so you what kind of a grade are you giving them right now?
I'd probably give him like an A-. I think is fair, right? I mean, look, Ramsey. The only question is, was his moderate decline last year the start of a like decline year after year, or was it just like our team stinks and I don't care because we're 4-11? Like, I mean that's the question. I
think it's the latter. I think he's that guy.
So I think Miami's done a good job. And if you look at the division, okay, the Jets still don't have a quarterback, assuming they're going to get Rodgers, but and then the Pats have done nothing of note, and the Bills lost Edmonds. So if you're scoring at home, the Dolphins
they're losing Poyer too.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, he's still a free agent, but yes, it is assumed he will be gone.
But it looks like he's going somewhere else. Actually, they can't sign him, so it looks like he still might show up here. Who knows?
He could.
Can you
the Bills are capped out because they spent on Allen. Of course, they had to. It's the right move, and they spent on Von Miller, and they spent huge on Diggs and on Milano and on Dawkins and on White. And like they're what they are at this point. I mean, the Bills, to get better, the Bills are going to have to draft very, very well. because they're not going to go out and get these huge free agents anymore. Those days are over. So
Right.
Miami is not in that boat yet because Tua is still on his rookie deal. And that's where you have to take advantage of it.
And Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle.
Yep.
You're going to have to pay all those guys in the next 2 years. So this is why I say this is a 2-year window for the Dolphins here. Next year and the year after, they're going to go all in because that third year, contracts are going to start kicking in, and then they're going to have to start taking some off. And that's where I think some of these other contracts, they're kind of stretched out to that point. And then that's when you're going to get out of those kind of deals. Like X will not be here 3 years from now. So certain deals will be off the table, by the time you've got to pay some of these other guys. But that's why these next 2 years are all in years, because if not, you're going to have to then reset the team, after that. So we'll see what ends up happening. Who else? And by the way, to piggyback off your point, that's the other thing that's happened here is that I think Miami has put themselves in position to win the division, correct?
They're in the conversation for sure. I mean, I think, look, at this point, again, it's Tua stay healthy, because if he stays healthy, they are talented all over the field. I mean, look, they have 2 top tier weapons on offense. I like the running backs. They have a defense that has multiple pass rushers and 2 excellent corners. And then you add in a guy like a Javon Holland, right? You add in guys like David Long, who they brought in. So the talent's there. I mean, if you're Miami, the goal should be to win the division. That should be the goal. Like, you made the playoffs last year. That's a start. And they did it with a ton of injuries. This year should be about catching Buffalo, trying to win that division. If that's not the goal, something's wrong.
All right, so Aaron Rodgers is going to make his decision on the Pat McAfee show. Is that what's going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, this is awesome for Pat McAfee. I was thinking about this.
Sure.
But then on the flip side, what are you, dude? A fucking high school player holding up your hat to just tell us what school you're going to? Are the Jets really going to find out whether they have a quarterback or not on a radio show?
My guess would be
really? Is that what we're doing now?
My guess would be that Aaron Rodgers is going to do whatever makes the most sense for Aaron Rodgers. It's the most attention for Aaron Rodgers, because that's what Aaron Rodgers wants. He wants as much attention as humanly possible. And if he wants to sit up there and say, the media is blowing this out of proportion, that's nonsense. He has turned this into a circus. And my feeling on it is,
this is a high school kid picking his hat. It's the equivalent of it, dude.
You're 39 years old, man. Make a decision.
Yeah.
Like, just make a decision and be an adult. Like, this is crazy. And now you've got Schefter talking about that the Packers want 2 firsts. 2 firsts. He's 40. They're not getting 2 firsts. It's bonkers. And whether or not he says it today,
hold on a second now. Now, wait, hold on a second now. Hold on. It's crazy, but the Jets have no options anymore. They're done.
I got to be honest with you, man. If they're gonna do that, I'd give it up for Lamar at that point. I'd say fine, we'll negotiate with Lamar Jackson. If we're talking 2 firsts, I'll take the guy who's 26. And look, I think Jackson's got his limitations in some ways, throwing the ball.
Yeah,
I would take him at 26 over Rodgers at 40 any day of the week.
Yeah, but what do you have a better chance at winning a title? With Aaron Rodgers for a year or 2, or for Lamar Jackson for the next 4 or 5?
He
doesn't win in the playoffs.
Neither does Rodgers for the last decade.
No, I know.
I mean, so to me, that's the thing here. Like, I hear you, but my feeling is they're not winning the Super Bowl with Rodgers anyway. They're not beating Kansas City and Cincinnati. To me,
I think if Tua's healthy, they're not beating Miami. Period. I don't think they win the division.
You could make that case. I mean, Buffalo.
Miami wins the division.
Are the Jets better than Jacksonville? I don't know. Maybe. But they're not better than those top teams. There's no way. So to me, if I'm giving up that kind of capital, 2 firsts, I'll give it to Baltimore. See ya. We'll take Lamar.
Yeah, yeah, because they're obviously asking for the 2 first because everybody else is gone now. I mean, they have no choice now outside if you want to go Lamar.
You
But
know,
now that Derek is, you Derek's gone, that option's done.
right,
Garoppolo's
right.
done.
But,
You know,
I would
you're
argue
like,
this, though, too. I would also argue this. What other option do the Packers have? They don't want him. They
no, I
do
know.
not want him.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're the Packers, you're going to hold the Jets hostage here. You need to
But you got to
move
try
him.
at least. You got to
Yeah,
try.
sure, they could try, but the Jets know they have no leverage. Like, if I'm the Jets, I go, here's a 3rd round pick. Get lost. We're not giving you more than that. For what? Why? You're not trading him anywhere else. Who else is acquiring him? So if I'm the Jets,
Nobody.
I'd be like, that's nice. Here's a day 2 pick. Maybe we'll throw in a day 3 pick and call it a day. And we're gonna have to take on all that freight. We're gonna have to take on the money. We're gonna take on Rodgers and all of his baggage. And you're getting a mid-round pick, and we're all moving forward.
Interesting. Who else is standing out to you in free agency?
I think it's a year where there's not a ton of free agents that really move the needle. But I thought the Bengals did a good job getting Pratt back. I like what the Panthers have done. They got Von Bell. They added Hayden Hurst. They added Andy Dalton. They're not life-changing moves, but they're quality moves. I think they're good moves. I think Atlanta's done pretty well. They got Jesse Bates on a big deal. They were able to keep Caleb McGarry. Denver spent a fortune. I don't know that Denver's noticeably better. So I don't like.
Well, they had to improve the offensive line, bro.
Well, they got McGlinchey, who, listen, he's a good run blocker. He's not a great pass protector, but he's a good run blocker. And they got Powers, who I like. So Denver's better now. Are they contracts worthy of what they've given out? I don't know, but they're better.
They were kind of desperate because their line was so bad. So that's probably why listen, in free agency, you always overpay. Whether you like it or not, you're always overpaying in free agency, no matter who you sign, pretty much.
I like the Lions getting Cam Sutton. I thought was a good signing. Cam Sutton's a good player. So the Lions getting him, I like that. But yeah, I don't think this year is a bunch of free agents are like, wow. Although I should mention, the biggest one that I loved, actually my favorite signing was Hargrave to the Niners. I don't know how you block that team. They are just brutal.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ, that defense is loaded.
It's unbelievable. That front 7 is insane. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you there. Patriots, dude. What are they doing?
Not much. Not much. I mean, Jacoby Myers is gone. And who's in? I don't know. Nobody? Mac Jones can't be thrilled.
What else do they have?
Nothing. Devontae Parker and the tight ends.
I mean, they are falling hard, my brother.
There's not much going on.
Hard, huh?
There's not much going on. They haven't added anybody of note. And you look at them and you're like, where is this going? What are you doing? I don't know what the thought process is, but they're in a spot now where that offense is just toothless. I mean, unless Stevenson rushes for $150, you're kind of screwed. They're not throwing the ball against anybody.
I would imagine that draft is going to be loaded with trying to get weapons because they need that badly, dude. By the way, we have some news. The Saints are signing Kalen Saunders, the defensive tackle from your Kansas City Chiefs, brother.
Yeah, he's a really nice player. He's a nice rotational piece. Good interior pass rusher. Big physical guy. Against the run, you'll probably rotate him out a little bit, but against the pass, he's a nice player. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets 5 sacks, 6 sacks for the Saints on the interior. So he was a guy at Chiefs I don't think felt like maybe they could afford with some of their other things that they've done. But he's a nice pickup for the Saints. I like that signing a lot.
All right. We look at outside of free agency. What do you think the Panthers do with their draft pick? Because you talked about you like what the Panthers did. One of the things in getting Andy Dalton, they kind of have that bridge guy now to get to the young guy. So if you have that pick, which they do now, where are you going?
Well, I mean, look, you're going quarterback. Obviously, the
Yeah,
question is going to be: is it Stroud or is it Young? Right? I mean, that's the big question. Now, I will say this: I always point out Vegas always knows, and the second the Panthers got up there, Stroud became an overwhelming favorite to be drafted. So that would be my inclination. Is that they're
That
leaning
would
that
be
way?
my pick. Actually, Stroud is the guy that I would take
I would too.
I would lean to.
I would too. So I think that's the way they're going to go. Now, could they trade back to 2 if they love both of the guys? Sure, they could. But my guess would be that they'll go with CJ Stroud, bigger, a little bit more rugged, and I think that's probably going to be a little bit of a tiebreaker, if you will, for them.
What do you got going on Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah. Go to SI.com. I have the top 10 remaining free agents out right now. I wrote a column about the Raiders and how they are trying to be the Patriots West and how that never works. I laid out a whole bunch of examples, including Brian Flores and the Dolphins. So you can check those out. And you can also check out my Twitter feed, which is just never ending.
Yeah, and the Raiders, that's another mess that's going on there too. Jesus Christ.
It's actively getting worse day by day.
And the Wallers, you gave that guy away for a third rounder.
You signed Jimmy Garoppolo, who cannot throw the ball down the field and needs a tight end in the worst way, and you have Darren Waller and you trade him. Just brilliant management there by the Raiders.
Yeah. You heard the story behind it that he apparently, he ran his mouth in the combine and told everybody about Darren Waller's marriage, getting married and the wedding. And Waller had not announced to anybody publicly about the wedding. And then after he got traded, RG3 was kind of like commenting on it, and his wife, who is an aces player in the WNBA, she retweets probably because he wasn't invited to the wedding is why he traded him away.
It's just the most Raiders thing ever. Like, of course, that would be the reason.
It's like all these guys that leave the Patriots, they're like Bill, like they have no people skills or something, or I don't know what it is, dude. But like, wow. And you know what? In today's world, more than ever do you need people skills, because these young people, my brother, they are as sensitive as it gets. So, I think it's a real positive for Mike McDaniel, who is big on communication and support and those kind of things, because in today's world, you're probably better off that way.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
No,
you're not wrong.
McDaniel's an odd bird. All right, follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. Matt, we will catch up next week, my friend. Thank you.
Sounds good. Take care.
You got it. RedRecover.com, folks. You want to get 10% off? Do it now. Go to RedRecover.com, and we've got wraps for everything. Sore shoulder, elbows, knees, back, neck, you name it. We've got a wrap for it. The ankles, the bottom of the feet. We got our hats also. Hats are in. They are awesome. Got to check it out, too. Go to redrecover.com, folks, and get 10% off. Use our code BIG O. Now, the wraps for the dogs, we have those at 30% off. So take advantage of that at redrecover.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
All right. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Omar Kelly will join us at noon, and Cameron Wolf at 12:30. Okay. So there you go. Credit Suisse has appealed to the Swiss National Bank for a public show of support after its shares cratered as much as 30%. Credit Suisse has been in trouble. Banks all over the world are in trouble in a big-time way. They have mismanaged everything, dude. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. That's part of the reason why Bitcoin is growing so much and will continue to grow and will not stop growing for a long, long time. That's for sure. What do we got going on, folks? We thank Matt Verderam for joining us. How are we doing? How bad is it with the markets? Dow is down 494 points. S&P is down 52 points, and the Nasdaq is down half a point. Not too bad for the Nasdaq. As in crypto right now, Bitcoin is at 24,716. So it is just hovering right under that 25K mark. So good stuff there. Not too much in the green, but Immutable X, by the way. Boy, it had a day yesterday, huh? It's already up to $1.21 again. That thing is tearing butt, as they say. Knight, thank you for the love on Super Chat. And he says, what happened to Marcel? No, Marcel, hopefully we'll get him back one day, and we'll get a sponsor to step in, and we can bring him back. So there you go. No vacation. Let's see what else. Oh, I've never invested in Bitcoin, Ethereum, decentralized money. Have you done anything on your show for those of us who are interested? Like, good place to start, the basics. Bill, just go to the go. It's on there, man. Go to the Crypto Bro Show and just go through the first episode, the second episode, and third episode. And we talk a lot about, I do a lot of beginner talk in there. A lot of stuff that you guys can learn from, and where to go and what to do and all that. So yes, it's all there. It's on our YouTube page. Just look at the Crypto Bro Show and go back to the first episode. I haven't done an episode in a couple of weeks, and I need to do one. I'm sorry, been really busy, but I need to do one. But yes, that's why I've kind of given you some updates here throughout the show. I'd rather do a whole crypto show instead, but I just haven't had the time. So, but it's all there. So check it out. Let's see. Doesn't matter who the Jets get, the curse will continue. I hope he goes through with it. It will take the Jets 6 to 7 years to recover from that mistake. Well, to me, that Aaron Rodgers thing is going to be an absolute mess. An absolute mess. But, hey, I don't mind the entertainment. I'm not worried. Miami's got the corners to stop them. So this is not something that I'm really concerned about with the Jets. They do have a nice defense. The Jets do have a hell of a defense, but Miami's got a hell of an offense. And if you're able to add the other elements that I've been talking about that they were missing last year, then Miami's offense is going to go to an absolutely another level. By the way, is Aaron Rodgers a high school star or something? You know, God bless Pat McAfee. He does an awesome job, dude. I wish him nothing but the best. I hope he makes hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in his career, and I hope his show's number one. He does a terrific job. I got nothing but love for the guy. But it's a joke that Aaron Rodgers, if that's where he's going to make a decision today, if that's why they got everybody tuning in so he can tell people what he's going to do, we ripped LeBron for this shit. Okay? Remember that. We ripped LeBron for the same shit. Making the decision and not telling Cleveland up front before everything, which is what he owed them, at least. Okay, no matter what they think of the owner or whatever, you owe it to that city, that fan base. They were so loyal to you and all that. And the good thing is he was able to go back and get that championship for them. So that's cool for them. I'm talking about for the fans. But we ripped LeBron for that, right? And, Aaron Rodgers deserves ripping if that's what you're doing. Because that's not how – not that – I think Green Bay fans are already prepared that he's leaving and all that stuff and that they don't want him back. So they're kind of – but that's not how the Jets should find out whether they have a quarterback or not. I find it to be so immature. I find it to be like you're a high school player picking a hat so you can tell us what school you're going to. It's so odd, dude. Really. Just childish. Maybe you don't like the people in Green Bay or whatever, but it is also about the fans that are there. So you're also doing it for them. You gotta rise above Gutenkust. If you don't like the GM, okay, fine, but you gotta rise above it. I just find it unprofessional as hell for a 39-year-old man to, if that's what he's doing today, and I would imagine that's what he is. Why would you keep it quiet and create a whole thing like you'll find out on Pat McAfee's show, you'll tune in, this, that. So obviously you're going to tell us your decision right there and then on McAfee. And great for McAfee. Happy for him. Just poorly handled by Aaron Rodgers, but it shows you that he doesn't give a shit. And if this is a sign of, it is a sign of things, not if. This is a sign of who he is. I'm just telling you, this New York thing, it's going to be entertaining as hell. Because this is going to be one massive disaster over there. So, we shall see. Feel like he's doing it for Pat McAfee. Could have done it Monday or Tuesday, but he had to get his wish list in. Yeah, great for McAfee. But it's not about McAfee. It is all about Rodgers. And you've got to do the professional thing. To me, that's just not the professional thing to do. When McAfee referred to Rodgers as the greatest arm in the history of the NFL, I was out. He does have a great arm. Great arm. Rodgers has like I've said it before, like it's a video game arm. It is an impressive talent. Tua will not get another concussion from falling once his judo instructor has done his job. I've taught judo for 45 years and it can attest to that. There you go. He's set. To be fair, prime Aaron Rodgers was one of the best passers ever. Yeah, I agree. All right, get ready to not make the playoffs, says the Jets gang. There you go. From a team that's used to not making the playoffs all the time. Well, I mean, anybody that's a Jets fan, they should know they are professionals on not making the playoffs. So they know about not making the playoffs over everybody else. So you do have to give him that. Okay, they're professionals at that. They know their shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's take a quick break here. Give me 2 minutes. Quick break. We'll come back on the other side here on the Big O Radio Show. I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there. A beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little
We got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden. There she is. There she is. The one and only. She's mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet Maiden. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, you name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? Then cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We are on. We're ready to rock. I'm in queue right now. I'm trying to pick some Cure tickets. Actually. Yes. Yes, I am doing that right now. I'm trying to pick some Cure tickets at the AAA. This is not going to be good radio, man. But what am I going to do? You know? Okay, so. All right. So now, because my buddy and I, we both got on the wait list thing, right? I was picked and he wasn't. So now I'm trying to figure out where the hell do we sit. You know? Oh, Jesus. I gotta tell you, the seats that are left are not as good as I thought they would be. Kind of sucks, I gotta say. Kind of sucks. I gotta say. Yeah. Not bad. Okay. I am sorry about this, but yeah, I got to pick. Anybody going to the Cure? Anybody doing the same thing? Huh? Anybody out there going to the Cure? Let me see. Let me see what we got here. Need my ID. All right, here we go. All right. No. And there we go. We're good. Got lower bowl tickets. Not bad. Didn't get them as close as I'd like, but that's all right. You know, it is what it is. What can I tell you? But we're in. We're in like Flynn. All right, all right, all right, all right. And then they want to sell you a whole bunch of tickets. Okay. All right. That's it. We're good. We are good. All right. All right. We are set. Big O Dream concert pick. The 4 groups. Dead and alive, or just what? What are we talking about? Because I mean, I want to see Jimi Hendrix. I want to see Led Zeppelin. I want to see In Excess. And I want to see the Beatles. There. 4 things I never saw. That would be, there you go. That would be something. Big O, have you seen Halle Berry at the Oscars? Yes. I mean, it's, oh my God, Halle Berry in shorts. Oh my God, Halle Berry in jeans. Oh my God, Halle Berry in a dress. Oh my God, Halle Berry in a bathing suit. Oh my God, it's Halle Berry. It doesn't matter to me. Halle Berry looks phenomenal in anything. You know, it's what I tell my wife all the time. Hot women look great in anything. It could be the tackiest clothes in the world. But if you're hot, great example, Marissa Tomei at times wore some loud stuff in My Cousin Vinny, right? But did you see her? Like, you know, when you're a smoke show, doesn't matter what you wear. You can wear anything and you're going to look hot. And Halle Berry can wear the ugliest thing in the world and she's still going to look like an absolute smoke show because she is perfection. You know, when the Lord was mastering, you know, all of us, like he screwed up with me all over the place, obviously, but then he makes some marvelous creations like Halle Berry, you know, that's his, you know, that's his Picasso work. Me, I'm Play-Doh, you know, what can I tell you? Do you think Robert Smith would be honored to give Big O some backstage passes? No, I would be honored if he gave me backstage passes because obviously he's, you know, one of my favorites of all time. So I would be honored. he wouldn't give a shit. He doesn't care about me. But I would be honored to go back there and check it out backstage. That would be amazing. What else do we have? Original Skinner. That's another good one, King Short. You know, there's a lot of them. If you start to think about it, there's a lot like Cream, you know, like Young and Together. That would be awesome. You know, so yeah, there's some other ones probably I could come up with. I've got another Clutch concert and Pantera reunion concert to catch this year. Good for you, Mickey. Red Skeleton says In Excess was an obsession for an extended time. Rose Tattoo. Wow, Red. Wow, I don't hear a lot of people talk about Rose Tattoo. Nice job, dude. Rose Tattoo is one of those under the radar rock bands that most people have no idea even exist, actually. Good band, dude. Nice job by you. Nice freaking job. I don't think I've ever heard another listener mention Rose Tattoo. That's freaking awesome on your part, dude. Vintra says wasn't picked to waiting list. Sorry about that, brother. Oh. Thank God I got it. Thank God me or my buddy got it, because obviously if he gets it, I'm in, and I get it, he's in. So we're all in. Not bad. Thanks. Rose Tattoo was a trip, and thanks. Yes. Rose Tattoo is, I've never seen them live. I would love to see them live. I think I've got every CD that they've made so far. They're so good. So good. Totally under the radar. Did you guys see the Michael Irvin video? It is out, and I got to tell you, I don't see anything wrong with it at all. Remember what I told you when I first talked about it? Right? I used Limp Bizkit. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit, right? And that's kind of where it's going to come down to. And I know that Mike Irvin and his lawyer refiled their $100 million lawsuit against Marriott. I hope they win, because she walks away like she had a great conversation and she just met a Hall of Famer. That's how she walks. Like everybody is trying to say hi to him and all that kind of stuff. And at no point does it look, she never walked away like she was insulted or anything like that. She had a very pleasant conversation with him. You can tell. You don't have the audio, but the body language says it all. If you were insulted or whatever, you would have walked away and would have, like, what is this or whatever, and nothing, and you're the one that stopped him. He didn't stop you. You stopped him. And the lawyer, by the way, when he was doing his play-by-play of it, kind of insinuates that the manager was giving her a heads up. Oh, he's come and go, that kind of stuff. So there might be a little bit more to that story. Who knows? But it doesn't seem like Michael Irvin did anything wrong in that video. Okay? I certainly would not give them a dime. Now the problem is Irving really needs the audio to kind of like completely prove that nothing went on. Because I'm actually, in this case, I'm actually pulling for Michael. And especially after you watch the video, it just seems like he wasn't doing anything. So there you go. Let's see. Mayfield, by the way, looks like the Bucs are finalizing a deal. So it was, as people talked about, Baker Mayfield going to Tampa Bay and do absolutely nothing. Michael Irvin did nothing wrong, Sean Davis says. He could flirt with her, touch her arm, and even say something inappropriate, but how is that a crime? Since when did insulting someone become a crime? It didn't. You look at it, it doesn't look like he insulted her at all. It looked like a normal conversation. You know what I mean? And the touching of the arm, that's no big deal, bro. Some people are, I know Hispanics are like that. We're touchy-feely people. You know what I mean? So that's something that's normal in the way we communicate with people. We're willing to hug them easily and that kind of stuff. So that's something in the Latin culture that's kind of normal. You know what I mean? And Michael, to me, that's kind of what I kind of took it that way too, that he's just, it's just a way he communicates. Doesn't mean anything bad by it. And there was again, it looks so harmless, dude. It looks so, I feel bad for Michael. Look, Michael's done some stupid shit in his past that he brought on himself. Okay. And for that, we can understand it and we can say, hey, well, that was his fault. But when it's not somebody's fault, you got to stand up for people too. And at least the optics of it, it doesn't look like anything bad went on in that conversation. And it certainly doesn't look like she was insulted in any way, shape, or form. But whatever. At least from the video, the only mistake I see is Mike made was touching her. He opened the door at that point. I hate BS lawsuits, but as a celebrity, he should know he can't do that. Yeah, but I mean, it was kind of a harmless thing, bro. Yeah, Big O, the conversation was over. She shook hands. I know. It's a bunch of crap, dude. She did not look like anybody that was insulted. Back then, women were nice, but now these days, women try to put you in jail just because you looked at them the wrong way. Ray says, as a Colombian, I can tell you that you are 100% on point. We kiss everyone we meet. Exactly. That has nothing. Latin people are like, and I think in the black culture, that's like that too. I think, they're also kind of touchy-feely too, also in the black culture. I'm not going to generalize like I am on the Hispanic side, but I kind of get the feeling that in the black culture, it's like that too also. When you know somebody and all that, and you're willing to, hug it or shake hands with somebody that you meet and all that kind of stuff, to kind of break the ice. Some people are like that. In every culture, some people are like that. You know what I mean? I know us Latins, we are absolutely guilty of it completely. We are very, very touchy-feely people. You know what I mean? And it's not a sexual thing. It's just an affection thing is what it is. Has nothing to, when it gets sexual, usually the Hispanic guy is going to do something, like grab a ass or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Then, doesn't matter what culture it is. That's crossing the line no matter what, But normal hug, kiss, all that kind of stuff. Oh, and you touch somebody like you're laughing or whatever. That's just normal. That's not abnormal in our culture. So maybe that's the way I took it, that Michael's like that too. That's kind of the way I took it. I'm Chicano. It's like a hug fest at our barbecue. Exactly. Christopher Henry, it reminds me of the gym videos where the girls call you a predator for looking at them. Yeah. And it's okay, so why do you wear all that tight stuff? Why do you go all dressed up to the gym? You don't want anybody to look at you? Give me a break. That's the problem with, women that think like that sometimes. It's like, well, wait a minute. You're dressing all sexy. What do you expect? You think they're not going to look at you? They are. You know what I mean? And that's a form of compliment. Now, once it gets creepy, that's different. But, I'm sure women look at good-looking men, and men, I can guarantee you, look at good-looking women. And it has nothing to do with being disrespectful. It's just something that you naturally admire. Okay? Like a Halle Berry. Like, how do you not admire that? You know what I'm saying? It's nothing else. It's just You got to admire it. She's a freaking knockout. You know, it's the way it is. What's her name? Gal Gadot, right? Or Godot or whatever, the Wonder Woman. What are you going to do? Not look at her? What am I going to do? It's like I'm on IG, right? And I follow Lala. And Lala is constantly like, she's almost every day, like styling some different outfit. And there's like 3-4 pictures of it. What am I going to do? The woman's a knockout. Am I not going to look at it? It is what it is. Can't do anything about it. I don't mean anything bad. I'm just admiring that she's a freaking knockout. That's all. Nothing bad. It's our way of saying, damn, hell of a job. That's it. My father was born in Sicily, came to America when he was 4 years old. He's 82, and I was raised to kiss and hug everyone I meet. That's how it is, Ron. That's how it is for a lot of us. You know, it's kind of the way you break the ice and say, hey, you know, it's all good. We're friends. Nate Mandu says, it's okay until it's not okay, but good luck with that sliding scale. I never got that too. They wear the short shorts and the crop tops, and they still don't want anyone to look at them. You're going to get looks your way no matter what. Yeah, that's the way it is. You know, if you're fine, you're going to get looks. That's just the way it is. And it's not that it's bad. It's just they're admiring it. And you know they're admiring it. Not looking at Godot is a crime. Exactly. That's my point. I like Jada Pinkett, but we'll keep her name out of my mouth. She's a good-looking woman, Jada, right? And she's got a nice body too on top of all of that. But after all this mess that we've been, everything that we've been taken into now, into this whole, you know, Smith family mess, like she is as unattractive as it gets to me now. You know what I'm saying? Like, to know what's behind all of that, it's like, yeah, that's all right. No matter what you look like, yeah, I'm looking the other way. I'm good. I'm done. You know, that kind of stuff. She's like one person, like, yeah, no matter what. Yeah, nah. Big O, why would they kick Michael off the air without having proof first? Oh, because it's corporations. They have to cover their asses because they don't know if he did it or not. So until they have the proof, my brother, and shit, they weren't able to get the film until recently. So if ESPN can get a you know, the proof, then they have to protect themselves as a corporation. Working in the corporate world sucks, actually. In today's world, it just sucks. One of the worst things that happened to my business is that 3 or 4 companies ended up buying all the radio stations. We were a much better business when we had all kinds of mom and pops owning stations because you weren't really tied to that corporate world that much. But if any of us that have to work in the corporate world, there's a whole bunch of different set of rules compared to any mom and pop business that you work for. And anybody that works in a corporate world, you'll know what I'm talking about. And they will handle things differently, like that Michael Irvin situation. You know, it's a corporate world. They had to protect themselves because they have so many things that are tied to them and money that's tied to them that if they don't see the video, they can't protect themselves from Michael Irvin, or they don't know what Michael did or didn't do. You know what I mean? Now you see the video, and the video's a joke. Woman walks away like she's happy to meet a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, they don't have that information. So the corporate world is going to protect their asses over you every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And that's one thing you learn when you work in the corporate world. It is just a brutal, brutal, brutal thing. unfortunately. All right, let's do it. Hour number 3. Omar Kelly starts it off with the essential moving experts.com Miami Dolphins exchange.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed. They're breaking into my house! Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk aqua and orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
There he is, ready to rock and roll. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
I'm okay. I'm doing good. Just finished a workout with the wife. So, humbling because it was leg day. And when it's leg day, she takes the lead. And, women she'll go to the gym and she'll do legs 3 times a week. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I enjoy the benefits of leg day 3 times a week, but I don't want to do legs like that. Then you got to walk in pain for the next 2-3 days. It's worse.
Well, as you recover, the Dolphins look like they are actually doing a nice job in free agency. Your thoughts on Greer and company and the moves they've made so far?
Jalen Ramsey, while I initially was not a huge fan. I honestly would have preferred Darius Slay, and I know they were having conversations about Darius Slay for the compensation and then the contract. Oh my God, such a sweetheart deal. You give up a 3rd-round pick and Hunter Long, which is basically
you got rid of Flo's boy. I mean, you're able to dump Flo's boy. That's pretty
You know
good.
what? He was a cheap tight end that had upside, but obviously they didn't really feel like there was no commitment there. Maybe the Rams really wanted him. I mean, I don't know. But let's not make this about Hunter Long. Ramsey is arguably a top 5 cornerback in the NFL still. His style absolutely benefits Xavier Howard. Now you don't have to have Xavier Howard shadow the best cornerback. You can just have them both stand up, line up, and defend who they defend and keep it moving. And knowing Xavier, you'll get a lot of interceptions, and knowing Jalen Ramsey, you'll get a lot of good press coverage. So love the move. They re-signed the 2 backs, Mostert, 3 backs. I can't.
The gang's all back.
Yeah, the gang's all back. But as I wrote in a column,
for Sports Illustrated, by the way.
I'm not in love with that move, because here's a problem that I have with what the national media and some local media are saying about the Dolphins. They are saying, and it's mostly national, they're saying, Dolphins are all in, taking an all-in approach. I'm like, no, I've covered this team for 15 years. This is business as usual for Steve Ross and Chris Grier. Business as usual. Chris Grier has made more trades in the NFL than any other executive during his time span. And it's not even close. That's just how he does business. We knew they were going to make one move. Didn't you know they were going to make one major move? At least one?
But I think what you're misunderstanding is we've never talked about the Dolphins all in as a Super Bowl contender, because just because they made an Ndamukong Suh move doesn't make them a Super Bowl contender, or having Ricky Williams or bringing Jimmy Johnson aboard. All the other hype was hollow hype. It was just hype that you added a player or two or whatever, but you weren't really a
Everybody's acting like they're conducting themselves as if they're all in.
Well, because my point is that everybody else around the world of football is looking at it like, whoa, the Dolphins are all in. They're players now in this game. And so everybody's looking at it like, if Tua's healthy, the Dolphins are contenders. And
what have they done that's all in? What's the all in move? It's not Ramsey. They do that every offseason. That can't be an all in move.
No, they don't do it all offseason, because when you have X and you add Ramsey after losing Byron Jones, that's actually, that's a pretty big ass move.
It's not an all in move if you do it every single offseason. They do it every single. Was Tyreek Hill an all in move?
Yeah, it's an all in move. But see, the rest of the country wasn't saying all in last year. Why? Because they didn't see the offense the way they saw it this year. So now, and everybody saw the Dolphins play the Bills really well, completely depleted, and their 3rd string quarterback. So I think there's a different level of respect now for the Dolphins. Like, they're looking at them like, this is a pretty good team that had a bunch of injuries last year. If they come back healthy and now they're adding Jalen Ramsey, boy, they are all in. And this is a team that we can look at as contenders. It's not, remember, we got to get away from the Dolphin bubble where we had all the idiots saying we were pretenders because we got Ndamukong Suh or whatever it is. Those were the talks inside the Dolphin bubble of pretender. This is now the world of the NFL looking at the Dolphins in a different light. And that's why they're saying they're all in.
All right, time out. So because the Dallas Cowboys just traded for Stephon Gilmore, are they all in?
Well, they're always overhyped.
I understand that.
Yeah, they're always overhyped. That's the Cowboys. The Dolphins are never hyped nationally, ever.
And they're setting you up for the fall. But
the fall.
Yeah, listen.
Fall.
You know what an all-in move
This
is?
past year was about injuries. It wasn't a fall.
No,
It
no, but
wasn't. All the other years, the people that thought they were something, because it ain't me, they're the ones that get disappointed because they hyped up the Dolphins. I'm hyping up the Dolphins, so I can be the fool at the end of the year if they pull the rug on me.
It's fair to hype up the Dolphins. It's fair to like what they've done. But don't say this is a different approach than what they've done in the past, because it's not.
Yeah, but those were phony approaches. They were never really.
No. It's the same. It's the same
This is
thing.
a contender, bitch. This is Vic Fangio. You're
Okay.
all in, mofo.
No.
You didn't just go get a defensive coordinator. You got one of the 2 or 3 best defensive coordinators in the NFL. And then
David Long is an all-in move. David Long is an all-in move.
That's all in, dude.
David Long is an all-in move.
You don't like that move?
I'm just asking you a question. You say all in. David Long is an all-in move.
No, it's a good move. It's a good move.
It's a good move. But you know what an all-in move is?
All in is Vic Fangio and Jalen Ramsey. Those are franchise-altering moves. That's what they're telling you, Omar. Those are franchise-altering moves. You didn't have a corner opposite of X like Jalen Ramsey last year. Now you do.
Okay.
You didn't have the defensive coordinator like Vic Fangio. Now you do. So the rest of the league looks at Miami's offense and says, okay, now their defense is going to be up to par. They're all in. So it's just a matter of it's another way of saying the Dolphins are a Super Bowl contender by saying all in. Something they never said about the Dolphins.
I'm not naive enough to say the Dolphins are a Super Bowl contender. I get where you're coming from, but an all-in move, as I said, if you're
a healthy Dolphins team isn't a Super Bowl contender.
Where would they stack up in the AFC right now? Healthy.
Well, they're winning the AFC East. They're winning the AFC East. They're right behind KC because you got to give KC their flowers. But outside of that, they're right behind KC.
I'm not sure they're. I mean, obviously Buffalo's taken some losses in free agency, but
and Miami played them that they should have beat them all 3 times. They should have beat them.
Should have beat them
all 3 times. All 3. The second one, freaking Tyreek and Trent drop a touchdown on one drive. Braylon Sanders has the brain fart that doesn't keep running. Tua threw him a damn touchdown. He stops. And he ruins that. They stop running the ball when they're gouging them for 7 yards a carry. I mean, there was a whole
hater. I'm going to be declared a hater, but I disagree with you.
Yeah, of course you're
going to Dolphins lucked out on the first win. Lucky. Then the second win, good game. Probably coulda, shoulda beat them. Third
should have beat them. Should have beat them. The third game should have won too. If he gets the play in on 4th and 1, it doesn't become 4th and 6. They convert that shit, and they're headed down a drive, bro. They're headed to score, baby. Mike McDaniel screwed that one up. He screwed some of it up too in the second one also, by the way. There were some things. I don't know how you can't think that if it's healthy. How are the Dolphins not?
If everybody's healthy. If everybody's healthy, they're a Super Bowl contender. The Buffalo Bills are healthy.
No, they're not. They're not healthy. No. If Buffalo and Miami are healthy, Miami's the better team. I said it. If they're healthy, they're the better team.
As I wrote in my column, you want to make the Dolphins all-in team. You want to make the Dolphins a contender. You want to make them the talk of the league. Go get Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook. That's an all-in move.
I think you're better off trying to improve the right tackle spot. I think you're fine at running back. I think
you're fine at running back too. I think you're fine at running back. I want you to be fair.
You got to give me my tight end and fix the line, and then we're good.
I think you're fine at running back too. You know what, Big O? I think the woman that you married, she's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She'll do.
Okay, so then you're good. It's better than marrying a bitch.
Okay, you don't want me to say, Big O, you really killed it, brother. You just knocked it out the park. Oh my God, you got the hottest chick in 100-mile radius. Everybody wants your chick, bro. You don't want
Yeah.
me to say it? It's you're
Yeah,
right.
no, but I'd rather have the hottest chicks in front of me blocking for me, and that'll make me even hotter because I've
Listen,
got the hottest chicks blocking for me.
I'm not listen, and you know me. I'm an O-line snob, an offensive line connoisseur.
So then,
I don't understand why I'm in the minority here in thinking that they don't have to go big at right tackle.
no, I bring back Brandon Shell personally.
Yeah, I would bring back Brandon Shell, give him a full training camp.
Yeah, he did
Like
good. Did a good job last year.
I don't understand why I'm the only. I guess you joined the camp too. Listen, you don't have to spend.
But
10
they haven't gotten him yet, so I'm still a little concerned until you get him. Then
Yeah.
I'll feel a little better. Get me my tight end because I think they're going to go now tight end in the draft.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, there's nobody really left in free
Oh,
agency.
I want OJ Howard, and I want him so bad. He's not going to be expensive. I just want to give him the legit fair opportunity with Tua. He's a dual threat tight end. He's clearly an upgrade over Durham Smythe. I could pay him $2.5 million. He's going to sign the deal. Like that would improve your team. And if he turns out to be a bust, oh well. Like okay, Durham Smythe's your starter. He was your starter last year with Mike Gesicki as your tight end.
You're like my boy Tucker Kraft in the draft.
Listen, I haven't
Tucker Kraft in the draft.
Listen, I'm uncomfortable with drafting a tight end early for this reason. And this is a Jeff Ireland education. Tight end is one of the hardest positions to come in and play right away and make an immediate impact because they're being asked to do 3 different facets of the game that are critical: route running, route understanding, audibles adjustments. They also have to pass block like a real offensive lineman. Then they've also got to run block like a real offensive lineman. It's not an easy position. So if you go and you draft one,
But if I tell you that I like Goddard before he came out, if I tell you
I
I
love Goddard.
I was a huge Travis Kelce guy in Cincinnati, and now I'm a big Tucker Kraft fan. So my track record's pretty good.
I'm not arguing with you. So you're using your second round pick on a tight end.
Kraft. On Tucker.
Okay.
I don't think the Georgia kid will be there. I like him a lot too, but I don't
see the hype personally.
You don't like him? Oh, you don't like him?
I think he's good, but
my problem is I don't think he makes it to 51.
Yeah, he's not a first round pick. I don't
think they don't have a first rounder, but I don't think he makes it to 51. I think Tucker Kraft makes it to 51. And I like him, bro. He's a two-way tight end. That kid can play.
If they save tight end, I think they can run it back with Tanner and Smythe. I like Tanner.
Well, they're going to do that for sure.
Yeah, I know they're going to do that. And you can go get cheap tight end. I don't think tight end is that much of a priority, considering that player will probably be option number 4 in the passing game.
Well, I think it will be an option. I think it will be a priority, Omar, only because I think you want to complete the offense. What a lot of people were talking about last year with Purdy, right? Oh, wow, look at what he's doing. Well, yeah, it's great when you drop back and you've got the wall of Montezuma in front of you. You got a running back that you can throw or run it with. You got a tight end that's dominating, and then you got 3 receivers. So you have every level of the offense at an elite level pretty much. And Tua had the receivers at an elite level. The running game was good sometimes, and then sometimes it wasn't, and then sometimes the coach wouldn't completely commit to it. And then the tight end,
the tight end didn't even run for 100 a game.
I know, but what I'm saying is there were moments that you had success, and then he pulled away and didn't keep running, which those are the moments where at least if you're in a groove, bro, don't disturb Stella's groove. Let Stella get in a groove. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you didn't have a groove in
You're
your
fine
running
there.
game,
You're fine. You're
and you
fine.
didn't have a reliable tight end. So
You're
if
fine.
you give Tua a reliable running game and a reliable tight end to go along with the passing game, remember what San Diego, the Los Angeles Chargers, and San Francisco, how they crowded the middle? Well, brother, if you have a running game and you have a tight end, they won't be able to pull that shit anymore.
That's why you
And
go
they were
get
pulling
a.
that shit because you were one-dimensional.
That's
So
why
you
you
need
go
to
get
add
a
those other two dimensions to the offense. And
That's why
then
you
your
go get a
offense is
running back.
what you need.
That's why you go get a real running back. You go get a running back that everybody in the league fears. And think about
Right.
it. Think about it. Think about it. Let's say you add Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry, whatever your flavor is, for your second round pick. You clearly got to restructure the contract. If you had Derrick Henry in Miami's backfield, and I know he's not a zone scheme runner, whatever. He's still the best running back in the NFL. With Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, what do you do as a defensive coordinator?
No, I get exactly what you're saying. I just think you still need a line to block, and as long as you got to get the line to block.
Don't act like a guy like Derrick Henry doesn't make your average offensive lineman look so much better. He ain't got to pass pro a lot, and Derrick Henry's falling forward for 4 yards, and that not just him, because it's whatever your taste is. If it's Dalvin Cook and you want to throw screens or you want to quick hitches. I mean, who gets one-on-one? Who do you like better than one-on-one?
Well, that
Waddle or Cook?
Derek doesn't fit this offense. Dalvin does, because if you're going to play in this offense, you have to be able to be a pass catcher. That's really not Henry's thing.
I don't
forget about the
disagree.
zone scheme and all that. That's not his. That's not what he normally plays in. Forget about that.
I don't disagree with you. But what I want from this run game is give me 4 hard yards. Give me some goal line runs that will
both your backs got 4 yards last year. Both Jeff Wilson and Mostert.
Yeah. But I'm talking about when I need those 4 yards. When I need those 4 yards. I need that 3rd and 2. Give me that 3rd and 2. You got me on that 3rd and 2.
I think they can do that as long as
you hope.
Yeah, well, if you fix the line, then I think they'll do it for sure. But if you have a couple of weaknesses on the line at left tackle, at left guard,
You've been here for how long? 20 years talking about a couple of weaknesses. You know they're going to have a couple of weaknesses.
Well, no, they've had a hell of a lot more. Now they've only got 2 because they don't have one at the right guard, at center, and at left tackle.
Ron stays healthy, and you know that ain't gonna happen. So you might.
Okay, but more often than not, you're fine at that position because he's going to play most of the games.
Yeah.
So you're fine. I'm not talking about a couple games that he misses. I'm talking about every game. You got to first solve your left guard and your right tackle. You solve that, your backs will not be an issue. They'll be fine. They'll have a lot of success. That's what I think. I think if you have a line, you can rotate your backs, dude. You can have all kinds of backs in there because your line is that good.
I love O-line talk and I love O-line play. I don't agree with you. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. It'll be competent. I want it to be complimentary. And it's not complimentary. Now, should it be? Maybe. But we're just running it back, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with running it back because, hey, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good and nobody feared it. Well, I want people to fear it. And you can easily do that for a second round pick.
That's up to 2 things. It's up to the coach and the offensive line. The coach has to also show some dedication to it when it is working. Some guys asking that if Jack Campbell is there at 51, Big O, I'd rather have the linebacker than another tight end.
You good at linebacker now.
In the 3rd round, get Laporta. I get it. I understand. I just don't think Jack Campbell makes it.
Good at linebacker now. What you talking about? Jerome Baker, David Long, Duke Riley.
I just don't. I don't think Jack Campbell even lasts to 51.
I mean,
he's a player, but he's a player. I think he gets taken before 51. But if Jack Campbell is there with Tucker Kraft, that is a decision. That is one that you have to make.
Where are you gonna play?
In the middle, next to Long.
Oh, what you doing with Jerome?
Oh no.
Wow, boy, this no loyalty. Guy led
You
you
need
leads
a you need a you need a thump you need a thumper, bro.
guy
You
leads
need
your team in tackles for 4 years, and you just gonna be like, bye bye.
Yeah. In this defense, yeah.
You didn't even see him give him up. Listen, I don't think Jerome gets a fair rap. He's not the instinctive linebacker that we know and love, and he's not a Zach Thomas. But Jerome's a very well-rounded linebacker who's been able to do a lot of things. And yes, he's not gonna just heat seek the runner and go make your tackle. That's not his game. But the man has led your team in tackles for 4 years. 4 years.
What do you think of him in coverage?
He's been better. He can be better if put into a more fitting role.
Well, this is a defense that requires your linebackers to be very good in coverage.
He has been better. Don't act like he wasn't good his first probably 2 years in coverage. He was good. And then, something happened. His focus lacked. His body changed. I don't know what happened. He's not good now. I'm not even going to deny that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my
But
point.
he once was good. He once was good. His first year, that's what he did. His second year, he was pretty good at it. And then it's,
it's not what I would take Campbell over him right away because Campbell's a thumper and Campbell can cover. He can run.
Maybe.
I like. I know. I don't think. Listen, I think I love what the guy brought up. Our listener there that brought it up. I just don't even. I like the player. I just don't think he's going to even last a 51. If he does, I'll be surprised.
Somebody Townsville fall. They've got some medical risk or red flag, or they were deemed.
But I don't think that's Campbell's case. At least from what I know, I'm not sure. Can't say
there's always somebody falling. Somebody you projecting to be a first round pick is always there at 51. So they'll have an opportunity to get a good player. Just talent evaluation, and this is a good conversation for me and you because you're more of a Greer guy than I am. I think his drafts have been hit or miss. I think he's got as good of an opportunity to find an undrafted player as he does have a third round starter. But I don't have an issue with it. I just don't think it's his strength. It's not his wheelhouse. But can they find a good starting player at 50, 51? Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I've grown into the opinion that what they're doing is right, where you trade your draft picks for proven commodities and elite players. I never used to have that opinion, but now I do like that approach because your draft, no matter who's drafting, if the good teams have a 40% chance of having a successful draft.
Well, if you're all in for now and you're trying to win, which is they're clearly all in right now because
don't do that. I hate when you say that because it's not.
Hold on a second. Listen to me.
It's
all in for a different reason. Relax. Let me finish.
They have a 2-year window. It's not all in. They have a 2-year window.
That's it. They're all in for these next 2 years because in 2 years you got to pay Tua and Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle and
2-year
and
window.
it just gets crazy. So they need to be all in these next 2 years and mortgage as much of the cap as possible and whatever they have to do and take those chances. And then you'll be like the Rams, but hopefully you'll win your title. And then you've got to take all those cap hits and cut people and all that, but you got your title. So that's the key.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. They're in a 2-year window. I do not agree that they are all in. Now,
well, no, they're all in and trying to win a title in these next 2 years before they've got to then pay a whole bunch of people off. And then that gets crazy because you will not be able to keep everybody. So in 2 years, they're going to have to destroy this roster, whether they like it or not. So they need to be all in and trying to get whatever it takes the next 2 years to put together a Super Bowl caliber team. So, yes, they are all in for the next 2 years in trying to win a Super Bowl.
They know they have, it's year of
Pains
Tua's.
you to say it, bro. It pains
They're not
you to
all in. Show me the all-in move. Show me the all-in move.
They just did it. Vic Fangio and Jalen Ramsey.
Bro, they do that move every offseason.
They just took in $60 million of salary on a corner. Of course they're all in.
They made Byron Jones the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. Was that an all-in move?
Paying their defensive coordinator more than some head coaches.
Bro.
More than any Raiders head coaches ever made outside
That's
of
a
Gruden.
Steve Ross move. That's not an all-in move. That's just
all
what
in,
Steve
baby.
Ross do, baby.
They're all in. They're building a hospital on the property. They're all in.
Bro, getting restructuring Connor Williams and signing Christian Wilkins to an extension, and then creating enough cap space to make another major move, whether it's Poyer or a right tackle or the tight end from Dallas. Those are or trading for a damn difference-making back. Those are all-in moves. This is just Dolphins business as usual, and you know it.
You are so unfair to the Dolphins.
What have they done different? What have they done that's any different than what they do every single offseason? They sign big-ticket free agents. They trade for big-ticket players every offseason, 10 years, a whole decade. Steve Ross's entire
but those teams had no hope for anything.
Okay, just because
this team's got they could go all the way being all in.
When they traded for Byron Maxwell and Kiko Alonso, all in move. Like, bro, they do this every
No, but they weren't nothing that they weren't nothing then. I never said they were all
because
in.
there's something doesn't. No, they thought they were making themselves a better team, a playoff team.
And I was laughing at all of that and laughing at the fans that kept telling me that.
Here's what I find interesting.
Just like our boy Joe Rose thought when they got Ndamukong Suh was going to change the entire defense, and I laughed at that and laughed at Joe for that because that was silly. So I've never believed any of that stuff. But now,
just nothing. We're arguing semantics. I'm saying nothing that they've done or in their business practices has changed for people to say this all-in move. What you're saying is these moves are going to make them all in for the next 2 years. No, I hear what you're saying.
They're title contenders, baby. I'll be in Vegas.
No,
you won't, but I'll be in Vegas for the Dolphins in the Super Bowl. I'm just saying.
I can't put title contender with their name right now. You go get Derrick Henry or Dalvin Cook, I can put title contender with your name. But
all right, so tell us about Sports Illustrated. What are you doing?
I'm writing a couple of columns. Me and Poop are talking a little bit about what's going on. That's as much as I can tell you right now. We're figuring stuff out.
Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. Catch him every week here doing the essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange and not giving the Dolphins credit for being all in. Omar?
Listen, foolish. I hate. Do not say all in. They are not
all in.
They are not all in.
They're all in.
Extend Christian Wilkins. I can extend.
That's
Connor
coming.
Williams.
That's coming.
Do it now. Get yourself.
They just signed Connor. There's
all-in move.
No need to extend Connor. They just signed Connor. There's no need to
bro.
extend.
You can extend him and get some cap space, bro. You can.
When they need it. When they need it, if something comes up that they need to do it, then they'll do it.
All right.
Meanwhile, they're all in.
Hey,
on Twitter.
Go get Jordan Poyer. That's an all-in move. I hate.
They might be getting Jordan Poyer. You just got to wait there. Hold on. Relax.
Okay.
You sound like the Dolphin fans complaining last year. What are the Dolphins doing? And here comes Tyreek Hill. Oh, here comes Teron Armstead.
Yeah, you're right. Last year, you're right. Last year was Pat. It was nice. I said there's a lot of good side items.
It was slow, and then it picked up. This was fast. Now it's slowed down a little bit here and relax. Maybe I don't see Poyer signing anywhere else.
You're
Maybe
right.
He comes here. Who knows? You never know. Either way, Either way, they're all in. Either way. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. We got to get out of here. We got Cam Wolf waiting. We'll catch you next week, my friend. Appreciate you big time.
All right. Talk to you.
Thank you. That is your essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
All right. All right, we continue the Dolphins talk with our KSDT CPA. Miami Dolphins report, we unleash the Wolf Pack.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All right, Cam, I just fought with Omar for half an hour here, and he's telling me the Dolphins aren't all in. What kind of shit is that? Don't tell me you're going to follow up that the Dolphins aren't all in.
Define all in. Define all in.
They're trying to win.
I think they made an aggressive move to go get Jalen Ramsey. That's a move that you're saying we're competing for a championship. And so that move is a very aggressive move. Now, have they pushed all their chips forward? No. I don't think they pushed all their chips. Huh?
Big Fangio.
Big Fangio's an aggressive move. But they still have chips left to play. If I'm all in, if we're talking strictly the term, if I'm all in poker, I've got no more chips to play. I'm all in on this hand this season, win the championship or bust. I don't think they're all in on this season or bust.
Really?
No. I think this roster is still built to win in 2024 and 2025. And I don't know that.
I don't know about 2025.
Maybe 2024. Maybe it's a 2-year run. Maybe it's a 2-year run.
I think
at the same token.
In 3 years, you got to pay Tua, Jalen Phillips, and Jalen Waddle. That's
correct.
You're not all in at that point. At
so
that point,
maybe they are going for their push.
You're turning some shit down. You're turning some shit down at that point.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But these next 2 years, they're all in. You don't think?
That's why I said it depends on your terminology. I think they've been aggressive. I don't know if they pushed all their chips in yet.
Well, I mean, they still have.
They can still go out and get a Jordan Poyer out there in the market.
Right. They still
get a right tackle, spend some money on there. So there are still 2 or 3 moves I think they could make to make this team a top. Because we're looking at the Chiefs and the Bengals, and right now, as the roster is currently stated, the Dolphins got a lot better. But I still don't know if I can pick them over the Chiefs or the Bengals.
Is Wilkins getting his contract now or in June when they open up $13 million?
I'm sure he'd love to get it as soon as possible. But
no,
I haven't heard any indication.
My gut is telling me that this is going to be pushed to June because you get your $13 million from releasing Byron Jones, and you can pay Wilkins and you can pay your rookies with that money. Not that there's going to be a lot of rookies. Maybe Sealer gets his deal now, but I almost see Wilkins getting his deal in June. I don't know. I ask you because what are you hearing?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything imminent in regards to a Christian Wilkins extension. This is around the time that you would, if they were doing a Wilkins extension to open up cap space for a free agency move, you've already heard some rumblings, or I believe I would have, and I haven't heard anything definitive. Not saying they haven't had conversations, but I don't get the feel that, hey, any day now we could hear about a Christian Wilkins extension.
All right, and listen, obviously that's going to happen. I'm not worried about the Christian Wilkins extension. He's going to get it now or in June, whatever. I know he's going to get that. But when we look at another big move? We just talked about Jordan Poyer. Are you expecting some kind of a lineman, a Jordan Poyer, another kind of player?
Yeah, I'm expecting
Are you
them.
expecting one more big, not Jalen Ramsey like, but something that's a pretty big move? Jordan Poyer would be a pretty big move.
Yeah, I think they've got at least one or two starter level moves left. I don't know what you consider a splash per se. It may be Jordan Poyer, it may be somebody else, but I think they're going to add at least one or two more starters caliber players. And so I think you'll see them add at the offensive line position. They've been looking and trying to find a right tackle that makes sense for them money-wise to come in and compete with Austin Jackson. And so maybe that's a guy who, if he loses that battle, becomes a swing tackle, or maybe it's a guy who's the clear right tackle. But a lot of that will depend on price. And then they have been looking still and trying to figure out the safety market and deciding whether they go get a depth option as like a third safety, or say we'll go get in Jordan Poyer and push Brandon Jones as down to the third safety. And so those are probably the two moves that I would keep my close eye on. And they'd also like to add another tight end to the room. Keep an eye on, a guy who I've been looking at a lot is Foster Moreau from the Raiders. He spent a lot of time with Frank Smith early in his career as a tight end coach there. He's been the backup with the Raiders, but he's a guy who could play starter reps. And so the Raiders got rid of Darren Waller. Maybe they try to keep him, but that could be a guy to keep an eye on if the Dolphins want another tight end in free agency to fill up that room along with Durham Smythe.
I almost feel like they're going in the draft at tight end because there's actually a couple of tight ends in the draft that do what they need.
They certainly could. And it's a very deep tight end class.
Yes.
Daniel Jeremiah, our draft analyst, said it's the deepest tight end class he's seen in 10 years. And so you could certainly do that. The only issue is that you pin yourself a little bit in a hole, and that you have to come out of it with a tight end, right? And so, if you're willing to do that, then go all in. But not having a first round pick, you have other positions to kind of add as well. So I can see them going to draft a tight end. I can see them signing one of these guys. I can see them doing both. It's a new way of thought. You got to remember that Mike Gesicki and Hunter Long were both draft picks in the Brian Flores era, and Durham Smythe was as well. And so you get a chance to bring in your own guys. Mike McDaniel does, Frank Smith does. You get to see what they truly value at that position.
Why haven't I heard anybody talk about Brandon Shell? What the hell's going on? He did.
I think Brandon Shell is probably going to be a third wave free agent signing. He's a guy who's probably not going to cost a ton of money. Probably looking for more than what the Dolphins or another team may put out right now. And so it's probably a situation where you're swinging for bigger fish, but you always know that you have Brandon Shell to fall back on if you don't get that swing. Because if you remember, Brandon Shell was a free agent all the way up until when they signed him. What was that? August, September, something right around the start of the season. And so there wasn't a lot of interest with him initially. He played well last year, but I don't know if there's a huge rush to sign Brandon Shell at this point.
Well, I know that David Long Jr., you didn't really get to see much of him because he was a youngin' when you left there, right?
I spent some time in see a bunch. I've seen a lot of David Long.
Well, because you've been here 3 years? I figured.
Yeah, but you got to remember, since I've been in this role, I travel a lot, and so
I guess
not this past year, but the year before, I did 7 Titans games in 2021.
Okay,
and so although I wasn't home there, it felt like a home. Spending all that time in Nashville, and so I've seen a lot of David Long, and he's a really good player. Like he fills that Mike linebacker role. He's probably going to wear the green dot in this offense, and I mean his defense, good Lord. And he's a guy who does what you want in a new age linebacker. He can blitz. He can stop the run. He's got range. He's decent in coverage, not great, but decent. The main issue with him, and it's been said time and time again, is his ability to stay healthy. He's a bit undersized too, which kind of contributes to that, but his ability to stay healthy. And so, the Titans got frustrated at times last year because it kept being soft tissue injury after soft tissue injury, particularly the hamstring injuries. And it just kind of was too much for them to keep having him in and out of the lineup. And so that's why the Dolphins got him on a bit of a discount. He's a guy, if he was healthy, he's probably a double-digit $1 million a year guy. The Dolphins got him for 5.5 because of that. And so they're hoping that he stays healthy. But I'd imagine that you still have to add at least one linebacker to that room to protect yourself if he does get hurt. And so I think Dolphins fans will like David Long a lot as long as he stays on the field.
Who's your two inside linebackers right now?
Right now it's Baker and David Long. But I'm still keeping an eye on, Baker's guarantee is coming up Friday. They're going to examine the market, and, they very well may say, hey, we're going to keep Baker. They may say we restructure his deal. But maybe they look and see somebody else that they want and swap him out. But as of now, David Long, Jerome Baker, you've got Duke Riley as depth. I think ideally you'd want him as your number 4 safety. You got Tyndale there, but my problem with Tyndale is you just did not see anything that makes you want to trust him this year. And so the team may be hopeful he could be the number 3 linebacker. I don't know if I'd feel great about, locking that in. So I'd love to see them add at least one more guy who, either whether you keep Baker and add another guy, or if you get rid of Baker, then bring in 2 more guys.
All right. What else are we hearing? Sealer, anything on his deal? Because that's another guy they got to sign. We haven't heard anything on Wilkins. What are you hearing on Sealer?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on Sealer either. I think right now they're trying to focus on additions rather than extensions. I think a lot of times you wait until the free agency pool cools down a little bit, and then you take care of your own guys. And so I think right now they're looking at additions. Like I said, some of the positions I mentioned, and then Vic Fangio is going to do his own evaluation. The thing there is, although these are really good players, Christian Wilkins and Zach Sealer, and obviously Christian Wilkins is going to be part of the future. Vic Fangio hasn't seen them within his scheme yet. And so this could be a scenario where for some of these guys, you wait until you get into off-season program in April and May, and maybe even training camp in July, and see how they look within your scheme before you say, hey, we're going to commit to these guys for 3, 4, 5 years down the line.
All right. The backup quarterback has been obviously a topic of discussion.
Yep.
I am of the school that none of it matters. Because
it doesn't matter if Tua can stay healthy.
Right. If Tua gets injured, Andy Dalton wasn't taking her to the Super Bowl. Neither was Gardner Minshew, and neither was Taylor Heineke. So I kind of understood that instead of shopping at Kmart for Dalton and Minshew, they went down to the dollar store and got Mike White. And I completely understand that, because Mike still shows you a little something, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter. You weren't going to get Garoppolo or Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady to come back up Tua, right? So since you're not going to get a legitimate starter to come in and back up Tua, it didn't really matter who you signed. It's all on Tua. If he's healthy, they got a shot at everything. And if he's not, they're not going anywhere anyway. So it didn't really matter if they spent an extra 2 or 3 or 5 million to go get Andy Dalton over Mike White. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think that because of Tua's injury history, you have to value that backup quarterback spot, because the reality is the reality. And the only thing I would say, push back on your thing about it doesn't matter, is that the situation that we had sort of, for example, last year, obviously you hope it's not concussions, but Tua's out for a period of time, but then he's going to come back. And you need somebody to keep you afloat for those periods of time, 2 or 3 games cycle. And so that's where having an Andy Dalton or somebody of that sort that may win you a game may help in that respect. And so Mike White did well in spurts with the Jets, but I do think that it's going to be an interesting question mark if Tua gets hurt. Should they have spent more money at that backup position? But the problem is you spend $7 million last year, I think, on Teddy Bridgewater, and he wasn't available when you needed him to. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot on the backup quarterback spot either way. So they clearly had a value they wanted to spend. They put it on Mike White. He's also a guy who you're not going to have to worry about for better or for worse, fans or media saying, hey, Mike White's going to take Tua's job, like you saw early in the offseason with Teddy Bridgewater before people realized that Tua was that guy. And when Fitz was here, that was the same question. And so there probably will be a little bit of that in that respect, not having to worry about any type of noise there.
All right, one more thing before I let you go. If I'm Skylar Thompson, I am going like this. All right.
Yeah.
Because if they sign Minshew or Dalton,
Right.
He's done. He's the
Yep.
third guy again this year.
Yep.
You signed Mike White. Dude, Mike White was in the NFL for 3 years in the practice squad with Dallas. Then he goes
Mhm.
for 2 years with the Jets and he plays, and he's thrown double the interceptions and he's thrown touchdowns. So, I get everybody was wearing a Mike White shirt and all that with the Jets, but yeah, I get he's a Pembroke Pines kid and all that. And I got the same bullshit with Teddy Bridgewater and we get the same shit with Lamar Jackson, and people don't want to look at him for what they really are. They add a little boost because he's a local kid, and I get it. He's a local kid. But if I'm Skylar Thompson, I'm saying, brother, I got a shot at the number 2 job. I don't care what they're telling me. This guy ain't that much better than I am. I can go out there and beat him. If I'm Skylar, I'm happy about this move.
Absolutely, because you get a chance not only this year but long term to be that backup quarterback. And Mike McDaniel's shown, particularly with Cedric Wilson last year compared to like Trent Sherfield and some of these other players, like even if you make money, if the other guy's better, I'm going to play the other guy. And so I can certainly see a scenario if Skylar outplays Mike White, that they would have Skylar as the true backup. And so, yeah, you're right. Gardner Minshew wouldn't have been the case. Andy Dalton, it wouldn't be a case. But Skylar continues to get a chance to compete. And they really like Skylar. Mike McDaniel really likes Skylar. And so I think ideally we talk about the money you're spending on the backup quarterback. Ideally, you get to a position where Skylar can fill that role for cheap, and you don't have to worry about spending $5 to $7 million on a backup quarterback every year. And so news for you guys, Jordan Poyer's re-signed with the Bills. And so there goes the Jordan Poyer
market, but he returned to Bills Mafia.
Yeah.
So the signing of Jalen Ramsey and then some of the other ones kind of took him out of the picture, pretty much. This is also good for Brandon Jones.
Yep.
This means that Fangio looked at the tape and said, no, I can work with this kid. And so if you're Brandon Jones, you're also really happy because if they brought in an elite cover safety, then that would be a real problem for him, unfortunately. But he did get better in coverage last year, so I got to give him credit.
He did. And so good for Brandon Jones. I still think they're going to continue to look. I don't think that the book is closed on a safety there, but maybe it's a guy who's more depth or competition than a clear starter, which obviously helps Brandon Jones.
I'm with you. All right, what do you got going on in the NFL Network since they've got you really busy lately?
Yeah, man, I'm actually at home for a few days. Luckily, I've been traveling everywhere across the country. And so I will be doing a free agency show. We have a free agency show that's running now from 11 to 3, and then I'll be on the 3 to 7 version of our show. So I'm gonna go run and get a quick workout and come back, shower, throw on a suit, and talk some Dolphins and NFL for the next 4 hours after that.
Good stuff as always. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cameron, thank you, sir. We will catch up on Friday. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro.
You got it. There you go, Cameron Wolf. Good stuff as always. The Wolf Pack has been unleashed.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. And 3 locations, too. They've got one in Dade. They're in Dadeland. They've got one in Broward, in Weston, and in West Palm Beach. 3 exceptional locations. They're hiring also in all locations, so make sure you give them a ring, and they can help your business grow. If you want to sell your business, if you want to help your business grow, and you're trying to plan for all kinds of things, they can help you. They can help you make that plan. So they can help you with payroll personally. They can help you with your will. They can help you with so many different things. It's not just taxes. So please give the folks at KSDT a ring, ksdtcpa.com. Go to the website. You can find out more there. Let's see. Big O, St. Patrick's Day block party at the pub at Pembroke this Friday. Check it out. Thank you, sir. I agree. You can't win long term with a backup QB, but I prefer a backup who is fearless and a gunslinger and makes it fun to watch. Again, who's going to bail you out? Who's out there that, really going to bail you out? William Quigley chiming in, baby. A little Cutter's Edge Pro. We played the spot earlier with my yard and all that stuff, and the dogs and the artificial turf, which we love. The owner, William Quigley, says, Big O, in all seriousness, Skyler was 4 major drops and a coach screw-up from taking us to the next round of the playoffs. Coach opened up the offense for him, and he made some great plays. Yes, he did. He did. I mean, he's still not there yet. He still has a long ways to grow. But the good thing for Skyler is that he can compete with Mike White. That, to me, is the best part for Skyler. This is going to be, we talk about training camp and we talk about the competition. That is one of the competitions that I'll be looking at, focused in on all the way, is that backup spot between Skyler and Mike White, and see, who ends up winning it. I'm going to be very intrigued to see who ends up winning that spot. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I got the code for the New Orleans show for the Cure. Do I go to the New Orleans show too? Be kind of cool to go to New Orleans and go see the Cure. I mean, that actually would be fun. Well, we got a little dip here in the crypto market. Whoa. Bitcoin's down to 24,230, but there's some other dips right now. Matic down 11.5% to $1.09. Damn. Dot down 10% to 586. Nice buying zone for Polkadot. Mana's in a great buying zone at 55 cents. Down 13%. Ooh, a little Jasmine at 48. I like it. So there are some deals going on. And it's interesting because Bitcoin's not down that much, because it's only 24,200. It's not too bad. But some of the other, usually altcoins take an absolute killing. It's the way it is. And the market obviously is down 700 points. The Dow is down 705 points. Banks are taking an absolute killing right now, as well they should. S&P 500 down 78 points, and the NASDAQ is down 1 point. But damn, the Dow Jones is down 705 points. That's brutal, dude. No gas station dogs allowed. You guys are going to have a field day with that with me forever. Let's see. Eric says, would have been a horrible move to spend more money on the defense when the O-line needs to be addressed significantly still. Thank you, Buffalo, for re-signing Poyer. Well, he probably wasn't re-signing here because they just didn't have the money to give it to him. They probably are going in another direction. Maybe offensive line is the next direction they're going in. Who knows? Signing Jalen Ramsey made signing Poyer to the Dolphins obsolete. Probably. Yes, we know, Devin, thank you, that Jordan Poyer is staying in Buffalo. Frankie says, will Aaron commit to the Jets? Pat McAfee show. Well, we'll see. We'll see him do his little high school bullshit and tell us show us what hat he's picking for what team he's going to. Oh, I have 2 extra seats for the Cure in Atlanta if you want them. Section 121, row H. End of row. Pricey, but good seats besides the stage. Really? Pat, do me a favor. Send me on DM on Twitter your cell number, okay? And your email so I can contact you. I'll call my buddy, and if he wants to fly to Atlanta, and section 121, you said it's close to the stage? You said right beside the stage? I might take you up on that. Let me reach out after the show. I will but wait a minute. You can't transfer the tickets, right? So it's one of those things that I gotta, like, what am I gonna have to do? Are you gonna be there? Are those 2 extra seats you have? Is that what it is? We'll talk about that after. Well, send me the DM. We'll talk about that after. Interesting. Okay. Instead of New Orleans, I go to Atlanta. Okay. It's not bad. New Orleans is fun. But Atlanta, that's actually not a bad trip. I'll be there a few rows in front of those seats. Okay. All right. No, they have not re-signed Nick Needham yet, King Short. Ramsey X, Darth Cater, Nick Needham, not yet at least. The Snowman, Brandon Jones, Trill Williams, and if they bring back Eric Rowe, it's overkill in the secondary. Poyer made no sense unless they were trading Brandon Jones. Well, Brandon's coming off an injury, and he's still under rookie deal, so I don't think you would move him because it just doesn't make any sense at this point. Breaking, Aaron Rodgers demands Robert Saleh grow hair as he doesn't like the glare off his head or he won't sign. That's a serious requirement because, you know, that light off the noggin can be blinding at times. So makes a lot of sense. I got to say. It's a strong move on your part right there. All right. What else do we have going on? People keep talking about Messi to Inter. They got Toronto on Saturday on the road. This Messi thing is going to happen, dude. I'm telling you. Anybody watch the TV show A League of Their Own? I watched that first season, and it was somewhat entertaining. They're actually going to have a second season for 4 episodes and finito. No more. So if you did watch it, you will get the second season, 4 episodes, and it's over. Dance, Jets, dance, demands Rodgers. Apparently, Pelissero reported that the Jets and the Packers still haven't been able to agree to a deal for the trade. Cameron Wolf just spoke with safety Jordan Poyer, who said he verbally agreed to return to the Bills 45 minutes ago. Poyer checked out the market, but felt his age, 32 next month, limited his interest, so deals wasn't all he wanted, but happy to be back with teammates and knows that they can compete for a title. So there you go. Poyer goes back to them. Dolphins have re-signed Kendall Lamb, the tackle. Okay. So you got that going on. Live Golf is losing a battle against Live Nightclub, which they should for the name. Why should Live Golf get it? Live the nightclub they're the Live, bro. They are Live. They own that bitch. They should. See the headline there in my Twitter feed. Rodgers is doing what LeBron did to the Heat, to the Jets, by making them re-sign players he wants, and then he's going to retire. Well, all I know is he's doing something that is as unprofessional as it gets. It's ridiculous. Great for Pat McAfee. But personally, for Aaron Rodgers, I think this is cheesy and as unprofessional as it gets. It's a bunch of bullshit. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan for Inside the Paint, our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. Remember, 10% off. Use our code Big O for all human wraps. For the doggy wraps, you still have 30% off. So if your dogs are having any hip issues, those wraps are lifesavers. It'll make their lives a lot more comfortable and less pain and discomfort. We thank Matt Verderam and Omar Kelly and Cameron Wolf for joining us here on the program. We thank, of course, Sean Stanley, the man that masters this entire platform every single day. And, of course, we thank all of you for keeping it locked here every single day on the program. Thank you all. Appreciate all of you that send in a text. You sent in a super chat. Remember, you can always make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show, and you can even make a Bitcoin donation also through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. We will see you all tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm sorry. Always get it mixed up. We'll be at Hialeah Park tomorrow, afternoon show, 3 p.m. Y'all be good out there. Much love.